9 minutes after 8 o'clock, and it's time to get Island Tea on the road. It's Monday, April 17. It's roughly the middle of the month, and I got my co-host, Candy. What's up?
Smack dab in the middle of the month.
Yep.
Good morning. How are you this morning?
I'm good.
Nice. How was your weekend?
Oh, very hectic. I went to sleep really late last night, so.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is the coffee working or is the tea working?
Yeah, it is. Coffee this morning. I didn't drink any coffee over the weekend. I had all tea.
Well, look at that. True to form.
Mix it up.
I had a relatively restful weekend, but somehow this morning I'm still feeling tired.
Well,
I don't understand it.
I mean, I ruined it. The thing is, I got a lot of rest. Even though it was hectic, I got a lot of rest, and I ruined it by going to sleep after 3 this morning.
Yeah, you're on your own with that.
Yeah, I know.
So I wanted to start off with some positivity. It's Monday morning. A lot of us are suffering the Monday morning blues. I can't say that I'm fully blued out, but I'm maybe halfway there. Today's positivity. Don't trade your authenticity for approval. Don't trade your authenticity for approval. And I see this happening a lot with persons that want to be like bloggers and vloggers and influencers. And by the time they're done converting and trying to fit into whatever it is they think is going to sell, you don't recognize the person anymore. Don't trade your authenticity for approval. So that's my little bit of morning positivity. While we wait on Azard, I wanted to touch on a topic that has been buzzing on the news front all this weekend. I don't know if you saw it, but it was on everyone's Facebook, TikTok, WhatsApp, every single status with this footballer and his wife. So I wanted to touch on that. But before that, on a serious note.
I did send you guys that, right?
Yeah, you sent it like way after the whole madness because I had gotten it at least 10 times before that.
Oh, really? Okay.
So I was nicely fumed up. I see on the Win FM news, though, we have quite a number of articles about the IMF. And I feel it is perfect. It's timely because this morning we're going to be having an economist in and a popular news director, news journalist, commentator. He wears many hats. Just giving us a quick chat about the IMF. And I one of the reasons why I brought them in is I remember maybe last week, you and I were having a very layman's, I guess, relaxed, down-to-earth conversation about the IMF and the report that they gave on Sinkits, and just basically trying to figure out, well, what it meant for the man on the street. How would the regular person interpret it? And I remember someone calling in and made a very rude comment about me being ignorant. And I found it shocking because people often feel that when you can't see them or you don't know who's calling, they can say whatever it want, which is a form of trolling. But that led me to investigate some more in the sense that it gave me more of an impetus to find out, well, what exactly does this report mean for us? And how does the man on the street see it? Because I can tell you, we're all not economists. I studied law and I do events. So that is not really my cup of tea. But if the IMF is going to be putting out all these reports, because in the news today alone, there are 2 different headlines about the IMF. One speaking about the CBI, the other one speaking about Latin American countries and how we need to adjust. So it is of importance. So in order to get the general public to get a better understanding and so that they won't make the mistake of misinterpreting it or being called names, we brought in an economist just to give us some insight and to break it down for us. So stay tuned for that. We're going to have Kevin Hope in studio at 8:30 just to give us some insight as to what this means for us. So for those of you who have burning questions like I do, stay tuned for that. But back to Mr. Hakimi. I'll let you go first because I can already see you grinning behind there. Let's hear it. What are your thoughts?
Oh, I mean, I thought it was smart.
Why?
Well, because
Because I see everybody labeling him as the goat and the this and the that, all types of animals. But let's hear.
well, because I have a problem with and my angle on my issue with interracial marriage, right, is that there's this disease among our people, my people, where it seems as though when we arrive financially,
But is it interracial?
somehow- yeah, it's a black dude. You can see he's from Tunisia, but you can
She
see-
is too.
Yeah, but she's white.
With
but Tunisia,
Lebanese
but Tunisia
roots.
was
Tunisia is in the
colonized by-
African continent.
Yeah, but colonized by the Arabs and the French.
Yeah, but if you're gonna say interracial, then I'm thinking you mean two completely different ethnicities, no?
Well, yeah, but ethnicity and race are different.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
But they're from the same part of the world. They're from the same country. They have
Yeah.
the same roots.
Yeah.
So for me, it wasn't that. What really?
I actually didn't realize she was from Tunisia.
Yeah,
until you
yeah,
said it.
so-
but I
so-
never said it. In what I read, never said.
So because it was
Yeah.
so popular and I was so annoyed that everybody was bashing the wife, I went to do my research and I just find the whole thing insane. Because first of all, why is it that he's being hailed as a goat when clearly he's the one that brought them down the path of divorce? He cheated on her. He had an extramarital affair in their marital bed.
Is this the
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
footballer, the footballer
Yeah.
and his wife?
But still,
Wow.
he's being touted as the GOAT.
You-
So they were having problems
didn't
even
even- I
before
actually
it
didn't
came.
know about that.
And that's what's annoying me, right? Everybody's like, oh, he's the GOAT. Yeah, I'm going to
But-
put my money in my
wait.
mom's name.
But
Crap.
also though, isn't she 9? Isn't he 19?
She's 12.
And she's 31.
No.
or something
He's
like
24. She's 36.
Oh, 24.
So she's 12 years older than
Oh,
him.
thought
She
he was
is a
19.
well-accomplished, highly paid Spanish actress. So it's not about her wanting his money. But I'm surprised when I see other women coming out and saying, oh, why she want his money, this, that. It's not even, for me, it's not even about that. It's about you and I are in a committed relationship. You bring somebody else into my marital bed and we are going through divorce proceedings. Well, then, hell yeah. I'm going to ask for everything that I think I deserve, not only for emotional stress, but for the disrespect. So now the thing is, I have no issues with him having anything in his mom's name or even rewarding his mother, because the backstory is his mom basically like swept the streets and did whatever just to, for him to get there. So I have no issues at all with that. My mom plays an integral part in my company and my finances for my company, because I don't think there's anyone I trust more than her. But that's not the point. The point is the way it was done. What happened to a regular prenup? What is this nonsense?
Well,
I see Candies on fire this morning.
But the
Listen,
thing
the
is,
story annoyed me
Candy,
all weekend.
I must say, you brought some information that wasn't in the report I read. It didn't say that it happened in the bed.
Oh,
I knew about the.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I knew about the that he cheated on her. But I
And
didn't-
then people are talking about she went, when she goes to court, she's not gonna get any money because of whatever. This is not how marriage laws work. This is not how divorce proceedings work.
You have to turn off the lights.
Right? So when people are saying, she has more assets than him now, so she's gonna probably have to be the one paying alimony. That is not how it works. And our counsel is here. I'm sure he can he can chime in, right? That's not how it works. Based on where you're married and the fact that he does make the earnings. So they say he makes $1 million a game, but 80% of that goes to his mother's bank account. The court doesn't care where he's storing it. He has proof that he's making the money. So he's going to have to pay alimony.
I'm glad you brought up that, but from what I read, the way the law works, and I'm assuming it works here the same way. she'll get half of the 20%.
Well, yes, but that's not really how it works everywhere, because you'll notice that some people travel to different places to get married because of what the marriage rules and laws are, right? But I think for in terms of the Spanish courts, it's 50% of whoever is making the most, whoever is at a better position in life. Because I actually spent last night looking up this stuff because I was really annoyed.
Okay, 819 Island Tea. Now the thing is, I realize now it's much more complex than my cut and dried opinion, because, like I said, you added some variables that wasn't in the report I read. So, yeah, it's pretty complex. On the one hand, I didn't get to finish my point. The point I wanted to make was, it really bugs me that a lot of black men, when they arrive, they think that they have to accessorize with a white woman, right? And I have a problem with that. I'm just going to be plain, right?
It is prevalent. It is prevalent.
It's almost like, oh, well, hey, I'm a millionaire now. I'm a multimillionaire. A black woman
and
isn't
this
good
is
enough.
the asset that I need to fit in.
Yes, exactly. And I have a problem with that. So that was one of the things I was looking at. But then I realized, yeah, well, he cheated on her.
Right, with a 24-year-old French girl. I'm not sure what she does.
And apparently, she was married to a footballer before, though.
Maybe she likes footballers.
His wife, yeah.
But, to your point, I know that is something that is prevalent, and it's a sore topic in black communities. But for me, it's like you can't tell people who to love and who they want to be with.
That's true.
So,
that's true too. See how complex
whatever
it is?
appeals to you.
I mean, look at Kobe. Like, I remember I read this whole essay. Man, you should see the think pieces about Kobe and how there were reports that Kobe's family didn't even like black people, but now he died, and now where's all that money gone?
You mean Kobe's in-laws? They didn't.
Yes, basically. So all that money has gone out to the black community. So this is one.
Has it though? Because his children aren't.
Yeah, but come on.
So is it out of the black community? Sometimes I feel like we push this rhetoric like way too far.
Well, this is why I say it's
like
complex.
I've always said, like,
Because
my family, I cannot be racist. My family is so mixed up. So
you're not being racist, you're just being woke.
No, but what is being woke? Is being woke only to be represented by acknowledging your blackness, or being woke means that you're now open to accepting other things and other theories and people for who they are?
No. Being woke is being able to recognize the injustices perpetrated against black
trust
people,
me, I will never not be woke to that. But
not saying you're gonna be all salty about it all
right,
the time. But
exactly.
At least you have to know it's there.
No. I'm well aware of it, and you can see it in everyday life, in simple things.
And comment on it.
But then,
so that
is a comment and a reaction always necessary? Like, I'm sure we can fight some battles silently and still conquer. Like, do you always have to have a big blown out reaction and be like, oh God, they're offending black people? Like,
what if Malcolm and Martin and Medgar Evers and the dude that, oh God, I can't remember his name, Fred Hampton and all these people.
Oh no, I'm not disputing that.
What if these people were silent?
No,
and
but
just
that's it.
To accept their lot?
I'm not disputing that. What I'm saying is there are other ways to skin a cat.
Yeah, but you could have all of the above.
Right, Azard?
I mean, I've been listening to you guys with this. What I saw over the weekend as a picture and people sending it to other persons, and I'm coming in here and I'm hearing a heated debate with additional information, which I never knew as well.
It's also
nice.
I just saw the photo, circulated and saw. People create an image that they want to give.
Course.
So when you gave that scenario and give us more facts, then it paints another picture.
I'm surprised more women aren't supporting her. Like, hello, he cheated on her in their marital bed. It's not just the home, like maybe in the laundry room. It's in our bed.
Yeah, that's messed up. Okay, let's take a quick break. I was told the officers are here, so of course we have traffic talk coming up at 8:30. I don't know if we can. Do you guys want us? We can squeeze in a chat, Mr. Howard. It doesn't have to be all linear. We could have one bit and then we can come back and because that IMF stuff is timely and we really and no one can say we don't have We don't have an expert contributor
No
today,
one
right?
can call in and say
Yeah.
anybody's ignorant
I
today.
say y'all talking nonsense.
I know.
I had one of my mentors a few weeks ago. We were talking about something. Y'all talking nonsense.
And I definitely did my research, so bring it.
I'm in my mind. I'm like, yes, uncle.
Found the sound 98.9.
Babe, this soca got me ready to fet for summer. Better start saving money.
There's an easier way. We can play Carnival Cash with the Caribbean Lottery and enter the Chasing the Vibes promotion.
Carnival Cash?
It's a new, exciting scratch game that's loaded with $1,000. And if we buy $20 in Carnival Cash tickets, we can enter to win a trip to Barbados for a 6-day VIP crop over experience.
A free trip? Count me in. Purchase the Carnival Cash scratch tickets from any Caribbean Lottery agent island-wide for your chance to win a trip and VIP crop over experience in Barbados.
Partnered with the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc. Must be ages 21 and over to play.
Maybe it's the way the brilliant gold liquid reflects our sunshine, or how the bright blue of its label mirrors the clear Caribbean skies overhead. Maybe it's the fresh, crisp taste of this beastly cold beer on a scorching hot day. Maybe it's even the way it brings us all together. But one thing is for sure, Carib is very much a part of who we are wherever we're from in the Caribbean. Carib, it's the way we play. Drink responsibly.
$8:26 on Island T, and we've got traffic talk coming up at 8:30, and we're back here with the gang. Hey guys.
Hello.
Okay, so we're not doing that.
We'll do it a bit later.
Yes, we'll do the IMF speech later.
Okay. All right. So
because you announced traffic talk and somebody already messaged
well,
me and said, aren't you having the IMF thing at 8:30? Yeah, but we advertised that the IMF thing was going to be 8:30 to 9 when you and I started initially. So that's what's happening. So, guys, we're just going to do the IMF from 9 to probably 9:30, and we're going to do traffic talk right now.
Okay. Let's get a word from Caribbean Alliance Insurance.
When it comes to the important things in life, your health, your education, your choice of a life partner, and of course your insurance provider, only the best will do. Caribbean Alliance Insurance is the only insurance company in the Eastern Caribbean with an A excellent rating. We have a robust 3-tier reinsurance strategy that protects our policyholders from multiple catastrophes, even if they occur in quick succession. We spread our risks over 18 territories, ensuring minimal impact to individual territories when a disaster strikes. We provide an excellent claims experience. Claim settlement is usually between 24 to 48 hours. Our A excellent rating means that you are more secure with us. Contact us for motor, property, marine, public liability, employer's liability, and other policies. Dalil Walwyn, people you can trust. Local agent for Caribbean Alliance Insurance. Tomorrow secured.
And we're back with traffic talk.
Morning, Sophie. Yes. We have our traffic talk.
I feel like I haven't seen you in weeks. We missed you. How was your last Monday? Did you miss us?
Oh, yes. We didn't have traffic talk last week because
No,
Monday
it
was
was
a
Easter
holiday.
Monday.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Yes, Sophie, you're welcome. Yes.
Oh, that's it.
That's
Okay.
why we feel like
Yeah.
we haven't seen her in
Yeah.
forever.
Oh, that is so nice.
How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you. And how are you, Candice?
Good. Nicely pumped up on coffee.
Okay, so it's at 8:29. Traffic talk brought to you by Caribbean Alliance Insurance.
What are we discussing
And what are we
today?
Speed. Speed.
Oh boy.
Oh, the speed. Yeah, this one here gets a lot of persons. Not necessarily those who actually would drive at a speed or at a pace that the average person would consider being fast. Because there are certain areas we know that the police are I want to be very careful with my words. There are certain
I'm
areas
looking at you like
that the police they are located, and especially around the corners where you have those 20 mile per hour limits to watch out for persons. So you might be going 30 or 44 and you are hit with a speeding ticket. So this is an interesting topic because I know a lot of persons perhaps have their views on it. Yes, Sophie.
Yes.
I'm gonna wait till Sophie's presentation to comment.
This morning I'll be talking about speeding. And from January 2022 to as of last week, Friday, 1,446 tickets were issued for speeding.
What?
1,446.
Wow.
That's a lot.
How much over the speed limit? Like,
I won't be able to say, but 1,446. Out of that 1,446, 822 were paid.
oh my goodness.
392 unpaid. 217 pending at court. And 15 were cancelled. I won't be able to say why they were cancelled, but they were cancelled. Last week when I spoke on ZIZ, we had 1,426. So Friday alone we get 20. We issued 20 tickets.
Oh my goodness.
And these 20 tickets were issued by keys in the Kean area. Yes.
Also, that's the guilty spot.
No, it's not. Johnson Longpath by
Yeah.
Boas University.
Yeah,
These are all speeding tickets.
Yeah.
Speeding
Yeah.
tickets.
Yeah,
Yes.
I could tell you there's Johnson Longpath.
Oh, that's what it's called?
Yes. Over by the camps area, right?
By
By Ross.
UHMS.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
Medical school, yes.
It's like something gets into their head when they get there and they just lose
They see a
it.
clear path and they think, okay. But that speed limit between that area is 20 miles.
That's why I say it's 20 miles per
It's
hour.
20 miles. Because it's a built-up area.
Yes, and there's schools and
Yes,
a whole
school zones.
Yeah.
You should see Candy's face when you tell her it's 20 miles.
Because I've never seen anybody drive 20 miles there.
That's intricate.
But
to
you
it,
know, there's a
right?
sign that always says slow down, right?
Right.
And they're like, so I've never known it was 20 miles, right? So I'm definitely guilty. Like, I'll be driving, I'll see 30, 34, and they're like, slow down. I'm
So
like,
when-
I'm not
so-
even going fast. What are you talking
So
about?
when
20
Sophie
miles.
came
But
in
remember,
here
it's
and
kilometers per hour, so there's that.
Yes,
remember,
that too.
you remember when Sophie came in here and she spoke up and she talked about the topic this morning going to be speeding ticket. That's why my face lit up, because persons sometimes think about speeding and they think about 80 miles per hour,
Yeah.
70 miles per hour, but the police are strategically located at these spots. So if you're
This is
going
true.
about a 35 or about 40 in a 20 mile
You
minute,
definitely
That's
speeding.
20 that's 20 over the speed limit.
yes.
Oh
And for
my.
each speeding ticket, to every 10 miles over the speed limit is $250.
So when you think persons are speeding on that road, they're actually going about 35 or so miles per hour. Sometimes maybe 40.
But wait,
And
two-
anything
250
over
for a speed.
250 ticket, that's only for the first 10 miles. And
yeah.
every 10 miles over that is $100.
Really?
Y'all making bank if these tickets are paid.
So basically, all those speeding areas, those are basically like inland revenue branches.
Right?
Well, the speeders put it that way.
Ooh. So 250 for the first 10 miles over and 100 after.
Every 10 miles after that first 10 is $100 add-on.
I hope people are listening
I did not
because
know that.
this is
Yeah,
like
that's why-
expensive.
It's not just one standard fee for speeding. Just like if your park is $100, that's it. But for speeding, it varies.
This is an interesting topic.
No, Mike, do you guys have the speedometers? They're
Yes,
called
we do.
speedometers?
Yes, we do.
I don't recall really seeing them being used. Like, so that's why I asked. Like, I think I've only seen it once when you guys used to stake out at Frigate Bay, just across from where the smoothie guy is now. I think I've seen it there like years back. I've seen it being used there, but I haven't seen it being used recently.
Yes, that's what they use to get the speed. Yes.
Now, just for a refresher, tell us what the set speed limits are. So, like in built-up areas and in
Non-built-up
outskirts,
area.
right?
Built-up area is 20 miles. Non-built-up is 40 miles. Okay, 20 is too slow. But for now, it's 20 and 40.
Wow.
And
Yes.
I misspoke earlier. Along that, what do you call it, Johnson?
Johnson Long Path.
Yeah. It's actually in miles per hour. I was.
Yeah, it's
I was-
miles
yeah,
per
I
hour.
misspoke. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know, the other thing is though, yes, I totally understand speeding. Isn't there like also something against people being on the bypass and driving at 5 miles an hour? Because that really grinds my gears.
You're talking about who? The learners?
No, oh gosh, no, I don't even, yeah, no, they're forgiven. Because you don't expect them to drive at the speed limit when they're now testing out their wheels, right?
Yes.
So no, not the learners. These are people like maybe on their phone, distracted, doing God knows what in the car, and they're just going below the speed limit and just annoying persons on the
Right,
road.
we don't have anything on the book for that right now.
But isn't that also obstructing? Like, you're breaking the law. There's a speed limit. Drive
Yes,
at the
I
speed
know up
limit.
there is 40 miles. But certain part on the bypass is 40, okay?
Right.
When you get to Buckley's roundabout and heading down on the tunnel, it's 20 miles.
I think I do see those signs. I do see those signs.
Yes.
Because that's like my route to work. So yes.
Do you want to take the call?
Sure.
Okay. Traffic Talk. You're on air.
Good morning,
Hi, good
ladies
morning.
and gentlemen.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
Interesting. We must remember and be reminded that these laws are so old that the cars that were used in those days, you had to crank them. And 20 miles an hour for a vehicle now is like you're practically standing. But at the end of the day, the law is the law.
Yes, sir.
I understand that. The other thing is that we have some nuisance laws. They just doesn't make any sense. In my mind, policing were designed to protect and to solve and to prevent, to deter, so that the eventuality don't happen. To avoid court cases as much as possible, because in the presence of the police, you prevent it from happening. Somebody decide they're not going to do it again because the police is there and they know the powers of the police. But I don't see, in my mind, who is protected and who is served when somebody parks on a yellow line. I don't see who is protected and who is served when somebody gets a ticket in Bastia, recognizing that they failed to put on the seatbelt, recognizing that the fact that they're making the correction and the police officer come and say, okay, you wasn't wearing your seatbelt, so I'm giving you a ticket. Who is being served? Who is being protected? Because the person recognized the mistake and they're correcting the mistake. So to me, in my opinion, having seen a police officer and correcting the mistake, knowing police officers take out in certain areas, might be there, could be there, will prevent someone from driving fast. And so therefore, if it's in a position to protect, to prevent, well, that is my position that I like to be in. And I like to know that police officers' presence will prevent things from happening, not hoping that it will happen so that they could hit your pocket to take away children money that they need to go to school and all of that. You will say, well, if you know that, then why not drive slow? Why not park properly? And so those are the different arguments and the different views: protect and to serve and to prevent. Ladies and gentlemen, have a good day.
Thank you, caller, for that.
Thank you, caller.
Yes, you say that when they see the police officer, sometimes they are driving, and as soon as they see the police officer, they start to pull. Yes, so we are there to protect, as you said, and to serve.
We have another call. Traffic Talk, you're on air.
Sorry. Good morning, everybody.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
This is Police Without Pay.
Welcome, Police Without Pay.
Thank you very much. It doesn't matter how old or how you start your vehicle. The law is the law. 20 miles per hour is not 35 miles per hour. And even though those laws were passed in the years and days when the villages were far from each other, that is the reason why all drivers had to comply with 40 miles an hour in non-built-up areas and 20 miles per hour in built-up areas. So there is no excuse. When I was a little boy, every village had a signboard by every mile saying the speed limit allowed to what vehicle. Cars, truck, buses. Once you're going through a village, 20 miles per hour. Outside of that was 40. They even had sign up there how much a tractor should go with cane. And so therefore the law is the law. People don't break the law, but the law does not broken. The law ain't break, the law is still there. And do some people know there is a law. If you see a duck crossing the road and you running, deliberately knock it down, it used to be 6 months in jail to kill a duck, you know. Because a duck cannot walk fast like a fowl. So they say, well, if you could kill a duck, well, you will do the same thing with a child because the child cannot walk fast like an adult. But good program, and don't ease up, officer. I think when you catch us who driving, speeding, breaking the law, and you're going to give us a ticket, you should put down the reason on the ticket why you have to give them that. Because it seems like where the penalty comes from, they do not know that these people reside in Ignorance Avenue, where the government can make revenue. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you,
Thank
caller.
you.
Yes, the law is the law, and the law are there, so we have to be guided by it. Until it's changed, then it's 20 miles in built-up and 40 in non-built-up area. And speed limits are generally indicated on a traffic sign, reflecting the maximum permitted speed. So if you're driving and you see 20, anything over that, it is excessive speed. You're going above the speed limit. And speeding endangers everyone on the road. And most fatality accidents are caused from speeding. Because once you speed and time for you to brake, you can't have full control of that vehicle. Once you speed and time for you to brake, you cannot have full control of that vehicle.
You know, I always say this because when you're speeding or when you're overtaking, right, you don't know the capacity of the other driver. You don't know the capacity of their vehicle. What if that person has issues with their brakes, right? So when you're overtaking or when you're speeding and you're expecting them to stop or swerve or whatever it is, you don't know if this is like somebody that has been behind the wheel for 10 years plus or it's a new driver. You don't know if the vehicle is faulty. So why take the risk?
2 calls.
We have 2 calls.
Okay, that person hung up. Let's go to the other call. Traffic Talk, you're on the air.
Yes, good morning, everybody there.
Good morning.
I don't know all who you are because this is the first time I'm calling into this program for a long, long years.
That's
Anyway,
good.
officer, police officer, Mrs. Henry.
Good morning, sir.
When people go to do the test for driver's license,
Yes.
they do a multi-choice thing still?
Multiple choice, yes, sir. And that is one of the question.
And they also do road test, right?
Yes, sir.
The practical. Well, I believe everybody's supposed to know the limits and the mileage in the different areas.
Yes, sir.
A previous caller went back to donkey years, and he's quite right. He's quite right. But let me say this. In the U.S., where you have a lot of land, the U.S. is a big country, over 3 million square miles, multi-lane, one-way highways. You drive into 6, 8 lanes, going the same direction. But in some of those lanes, if you drive, you can't go in a fast lane and drive at below a certain speed.
Yes.
Otherwise, it will be ticketed. So you're slow, you may be old, feeble, or whatever, drive in a slow lane. And at certain times, you can't own, if you're alone in the vehicle, you could pick up a ticket too. Now, that ain't gonna happen to us because we are small. We don't have the land space to do all of that. But it's now we really need the laws enforced because we have so many vehicles on the road. So you all need to enforce it. I was standing at the old treasury, just cooling out there a few days ago. I think it was Friday, and I saw 2 vehicles come up to the stop, a taxi and then another car. And before the light changed, they're telling you what I saw. The car pull out past the car in the lane before the light changed, gone through the stop. I don't know if you all have cameras in these sensitive areas, and the system need to develop so that the all this kind of thing got feedback to the point of inspection and control. So all these fellows there, they should be locked up. He overtake, come up from behind the taxi and gone through, and the direction was for other people to go. So, excuse me, a lot of stupid things that happen on the road. Stupid things. And not only that, the last thing I'm going to tell you, I live in Challenger Stonefort area, and I see some heavy equipment that pass through Challengers in particular. Fella pulling a trailer with heavy equipment on it, and the kind of speed that I know 20 miles, that's about 40, 50, or maybe more. And people overtaking in Challengers. Challengers got some blind spots here. Only one little short, straight area. And people overtaking. But the thing is, I don't hear you all say that, oh, what police supposed to be doing this and do that, you know. Not them, you know. Not them. I don't be on the road practically every day at a vantage point. And that not them. Not them at all. Anyway, I think the information you bring into the public, you know, the public is very good. And continue to do your duties. Have a good day.
Thank you, caller.
Thank you, caller.
Thank you for that call. You know, while we're there, I had another message. So the person said, just passed the factory roundabout and saw a near miss. Car was pulling out of the stop and couldn't see, and a bus had to swerve onto the other side to ensure he didn't hit the car. But in doing so, a car coming into town had to swerve onto the sidewalk. And I'm assuming this is the whole factory.
The monument or whatever.
Yeah. This monument is going to cause a serious accident. So I promised that I would, because that's a comment we had. I promised that I would bring it to light. I'm not sure would a mirror work on it. What would be a good solution? Would a mirror?
Well, right now we're out of mirrors, but the thing is, when we put mirrors, persons are destroying them.
I could never understand that. It is amazing to me. Every mirror that I've had to use to come in contact with,
They're destroyed.
People.
Yeah, I can never understand it. I'm wondering if it's like, like we have some mentally ill persons that are walking around. I'm wondering if it's them or if it's like people with, proper mental capacity that are doing these
Proper
destructions.
mental. Even these signs down at 4th Street on the left-hand side, you have no parking between 7 to 7. And persons park there and persons destroying the signs. We're tired, we place the signs down there.
So why don't you guys take it out and jam them hard? Legally.
If we're not seeing anybody, we can't.
That's what he's saying, stake it out. Maybe
Stake it
put a
out.
camera in a strategic position.
They're destroying the signs.
Do you have cameras at different positions? Like, you don't have to say where they are for the speeding?
Yes, we have cameras, yes.
These are sick people. Who does that?
Person who don't want to be caught by the law. If they park there. Because if you park there and the sign is there, you can't give them a ticket for there because the first thing I said, nothing is there. And as the person talk about persons overtaking around blind corners, that's an offense. That's the question that is there when you come to do your your written test. One should not overtake.
We have a call, but finish your thought.
One should not overtake around corners. You should not overtake on hill. School crossing is a no-no. And persons overtaking these areas.
Like the
and
caller
when you have
just
to
said,
ticket them,
it's part of our driving test. Like, you're supposed to know this.
Go ahead, caller.
Jeez.
Well, sometimes these people think they could see around the corner. I don't know how they get that done.
Apparently.
But I just want to put in this one. I would like Sergeant Henry, if you could speak to some of your police officers to actually help, because it's getting overbearing. People are throwing the trash out of the car windows. And if I see and other people see, lots of time police officers do see, but you can't tell them they see what they did not see.
That's the thing.
They don't have to summon, they don't have to ticket. Just say something. Just say to somebody, hey, look, I see you, stop it. Even on the road, people just have a piece of trash in their hand, they just drop it. Or they throw it in a drain. What goes up must come down. And if you go down to the beach, you're going to come back to the shore. So please, officer, speak to some of your officers and see if you could challenge them to help keep the island beautiful and clean. We cannot continue the trend we are going. We are being praised for the cleanliness of our island. And I, for one, will like to keep it that way. But some people, like, they have no respect for the areas of which they are and which they develop. Like, everything go. So if you could help with the littering area, that will be good, because a police officer, by virtue of his office,
It's a litter warden.
is a litter warden.
Yes, sir.
So not even them, even the prison officer, everybody by right, a litter warden in their own right. So if we could help keep the island clean, because one of the things is that kill every country is taking photographs with garbage in it. Because everybody said this country is dirty and sick. We don't want that. We want to keep it clean. Solid waste, like they drop the guard. They have lots of people that they go around and do it, but they look like they're just walking around like everybody else. Maybe they don't see, maybe they don't hear. They choose to. But that's what it is. But it's our country. We must work together to keep it that way. Continue to educate and don't get weary in well doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank
caller.
you, caller.
Yes, that is noted, caller. Yeah, because littering is an offense. Even if I put a ticket on your vehicle and you take it off and throw it down, you can be charged for littering.
Since you said that, do
Let-
you
let's
guys
take this
actually
call.
write tickets for littering?
Summons.
Caller, you're on the air. Go ahead, Ab.
Amen to that caller before me. Well, there is a bus driver who could see round corner and over hill. Because his favorite thing every day is to overtake buses and other vehicles who he thinks can hold him back from getting passengers. He's been doing that for years. And when people talk to him about it, he telling them they're safe. He know what he doing. How he could know what he doing and he don't know what coming around the curve when he overtaken. And he should be the biggest example because he's a pastor. Okay? And he's very ignorant when it comes to that. So please, you all can be here there and everywhere, every hour on the clock. But please keep the road busy. I think we have too many police, one place. They need to spread out. So amen to the caller before me. Thank you very much.
Interesting.
Thanks for your call. And that is note to be taken. It's because you're not supposed, and if persons are in the vehicles or in a bus, especially passengers, and the driver is overtaking or going at the excess speed, you can just ask the driver to pull over and you jump out.
Thank you.
You can also report the person.
I often wonder about that, like how are passengers sitting down in a bus with these drivers doing these crazy shenanigans on the road and not seeing anything. It could also be that they don't want to stop to put the passenger out too, because I'm sure they have persons in there that would object. But why are you putting so many persons' lives at risk? Like, why?
But if you don't put out the passenger, the passenger have to go to the station and make a report.
But also...
Because if I told you to stop and you refuse, it is in the law that if the passenger want to come out and he asks you to come out, to get out, let the person out.
Caller, go right ahead.
Hi, good morning. Pleasant morning to all of you.
Good morning.
Now the law is the law, yes, and if it says 20 miles per hour, you should go 20 miles per hour. But that is not all. You must have reliability in the equipment that you're using. And my question is, how often do we recalibrate those speed guns? Because if you don't calibrate them properly, you could start out giving somebody 3 miles per hour ahead of the actual speed. So somebody traveling at 36 miles per hour could be clocked at 39 miles per hour because you did not zero or calibrate the apparatus properly. Fortunately, we don't have people around here who challenge the recording and the summons they got for speeding. But there was a time when people were aching for police to be out there due to the amount of speeding vehicles we had. And after carrying out an investigation, I am told that the speed guns were not working. So obviously, with the passage of time, the speed guns then would depreciate. So it is necessary for you to have them recalibrated before you go out and start giving people tickets that might be unfair. Now, I'm not putting anything in anybody's head, but I would like to know if you all don't recalibrate the speed guns.
Thanks for that call. Yes, every time the officers leave from the station to go out to do speed check or tint, they calibrate the instrument.
Okay, let's take this call. Caller, go right ahead.
Yes, morning.
Good morning.
Good program.
Morning.
Thank you.
I would like the officer to recommend to his head of department to forward to cabinet that we hire a few undercover cops in certain strategic places where we know that some of these drivers here who seem that they can't understand, and we deal with them. You don't have to name the person, but you have undercover cops or special constabularies who would help the police then. Can't believe the police then can be everywhere. Each village you have an undercover cop unnamed, and he will look out for these reckless drivers or careless drivers or donkey drivers. We call them special constables. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Your suggestion is noted.
Yeah, not a bad idea.
Yes.
Because, by now they know if they see routes to stop doing this, if they see that, so by now they've kind of earmarked the persons who are taking note and giving tickets and whatever else. So Not a bad idea.
It seems to me like, a lot of the times the traffic cops are not really out in force doing what they should be doing. Because, take for example, I've noticed when I'm coming to work in the morning or when I'm walking down, the buses coming from that side, they don't go into the bus terminal. They just, like, for example, I've seen many times people who work at Valley Mart, they just stop maybe just in front of the cash
Do the
room.
bus drivers use any of the bus stops? No.
No, I feel
It's
these
ridiculous.
things should be enforced, because if these people lived in the North America, for example, where I live, people zealously follow the laws. What's so different about here? I just don't understand it. Same thing. I don't think y'all should allow. I'm sorry. I honestly think that even people standing on this side of the street across from the bus terminal. Suppose you have a freak accident with somebody
Exactly.
speeding.
It really makes me nervous. I agree.
Yes. You have a freak accident with someone driving up or down Wellington Road, and something happens. There's a whole bus terminal. The government spent a whole bunch of money.
And they have
go
seats.
in the bus terminal, and that
Agreed.
should be for the bus drivers and the passengers. You all need to have.
I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on that one.
I'm sorry.
Remember, the cops can be here and there and everywhere.
But Sophie, to that point, right?
It is incumbent on us as drivers to do what we know we should do.
True.
Because the police can't be here because, as you say, the traffic officers or the police officers should be out.
But it's not a 9-to-5 job as a traffic.
No, but remember,
you should have traffic officers working 24 hours.
Yes, we have traffic officers working
Sorry.
24 hours. But the thing is that we also have traffic accidents and other offenses to deal with.
Yeah, but you have traffic accidents 24 hours a day.
Yes, but then the thing is that if we have traffic accident, we can't be on the road still because sometimes the police is on the road patrolling.
You can't walk on sugar?
Listen, the police is on the road patrolling. But the thing is that sometimes an accident happens. They have to leave this and go to investigate the accident.
How many traffic officers you have? 3?
No, but
come
see,
on.
to that point as well, right? I've seen where an accident happens or there is a traffic infraction and you will see a police car pass, see what's happening, see it's an issue, and drive past because they don't work traffic.
Yeah, but all police officers are traffic officers.
Are they sure?
Yeah.
Because they will tell you,
They
like
are
when you
traffic
stop them, they're like,
officers.
oh, I don't work traffic, call traffic. I'm like, what?
Exactly. They are traffic officers.
And I'm not at all trying to bash, but I just find
No,
that
we're
some
not
of them
bashing at all.
don't take their jobs as seriously as they should. Like, we have an incident happening. You're a police officer. Like, soon as you see a police officer, you kind of get a sense of relief because you're like, okay, they're here to protect and serve. Yes. And when you stop them, they go, no, you have to call traffic. That's not my department. What?
But if they're doing that, they should stop it. Because we are all police traffic officers. If we see an offense happen, okay, for accident, they wouldn't be able to deal with an accident,
Right.
but they can assist.
Mhm.
Right. But any other traffic offense, yes, they can deal with it.
Yeah.
So that's another thing to put on your enforcement list. They should be out there enforcing the traffic laws, and they should be enforcing the laws on themselves as well. That the fact that they're all traffic police.
Yes.
I feel so stressed for you guys when I see some of the way the bus drivers behave because they refuse to go into the bus stops. The speeding is one issue. They are guilty of the speeding to an extreme, but it's also not using the bus stops. So I know you guys have your work cut out for you. Okay. I had one question. When you say 217 tickets are pending, is it that persons contested it and they have to go to court, or is just...
They weren't paid, so...
Yeah.
So I have paid, unpaid, and then pending.
Right. Those that are pending is that the 10 days has already passed and they're not paid.
So they're waiting
So automatically, they are before the court.
Okay, let's you see now we didn't have any last week. It's 9:02, but let's squeeze in one more call. Okay, I just had. Oh yes, I did have 2 calls, and looks like the person called back. Traffic talk. Go right ahead. You're the last caller. Be brief.
Good morning. I'll be very brief.
Good morning.
The police can make a lot of money for the country and prevent a lot of problems and even save lives. by getting funding from the government to put cameras at different locations of the island. And those cameras will pick up speeders, overtakers, and all of these other offenders, and send them tickets by email, and maybe do a point system that if you achieve a certain, well, not achieve, if you reach a certain number of points, or based on the seriousness of the offense, you get a suspension of your license. So the police can be everywhere. You have somebody in a central location, or people monitoring the cameras, and you send out tickets by email. And I don't think litter warden actions should be based on summonses. I think they should be primarily ticketable offenses. The police can raise sufficient money to bring the roads into order. And of course, that could help you pick up a lot of other information. Not only to bring the roads into order, but to make money that would help fund the police themselves as an organization. But it needs to be done because the driving is becoming increasingly discourteous and reckless. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos.
Well, I'm glad I took that call because that was
a very good suggestion.
Yes.
The point system, it is being looked into.
Awesome.
Yes.
Okay.
That would be a very change in the culture, and.
But it might be effective because if you know that when you get to a certain point you can't drive, so you're now a pedestrian, then you're going to think twice.
The question that comes to my mind is that you would see the vehicle number, but oftentimes you might have someone who might be driving your vehicle. So I guess other things would have to be put in place.
Well, then you can't have somebody who's not on your insurance driving, so then you're committing two offenses.
No, but what I'm saying, you could have somebody who's on your insurance driving, but the vehicle is registered in your name. So when that person speeds, if that person speeds, I'm thinking the camera picks up the image of the license plate and not the image of the individual.
But then it is
your license.
But it's your duty to tell me, the officer, who
was driving because it's coming off the license, not the car.
What y'all have to understand is that the technology that Dwyer referenced, you can have transponders installed in the plate. So not only will you take a picture of the plate, but even if there's a discrepancy, then the system will also look at what the transponder information.
The camera also sees who's driving.
Yes, other than the visual shot of the number. So the transponder and the picture have to jive.
Hand in hand. Yeah, but if we don't have that, then the owner of the vehicle, it is their duty to say who is driving the vehicle. Otherwise, there will be summons.
Well, once the law makes provision for that.
I'm pretty sure. But, he also mentioned that it's going to help in other areas, too. And when he said that, I thought crime, because if you have the cameras, you're not only catching speeding culprits and other persons doing whatever in the car, with driving without seatbelts or whatever, but it's also a third eye almost.
Yes. Let me put on record that I'm not against that, but I'm just saying that we'll have to thresh it out so, to able to cover different scenarios.
Always a politician, huh?
Oh boy.
And the lawyer.
The lawyer. Yeah, that too.
By nature, leave my host alone.
Okay, Sophie, 9:06. I'll give you 30 seconds to wrap up.
Persons who are speeding, this will lead to higher fuel consumption. So when you speed, you burn more gas or whatever. If it's diesel, you burn more diesel than if you're going to the average miles per hour.
I guess that's some consideration.
I know.
People want to save their pocket because gas prices are up.
Slow down.
Yes.
Thank you so much for coming in today, Sophie. And thank you for, as always, educating us.
Yes.
I hope you have an enjoyable rest of the week.
Thank you. Same to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have a great day, Sophie. Great week. And I hope we see you next week.
Yes,
okay,
Jamster.
Great. Okay.
Provided there's no holidays.
You have to make up for missing last week.
No, I think we have a next holiday.
I know.
With Monday's coming up.
Right.
Oh, yes.
I know. Okay.
And then we have Labor Day.
You have oh wow,
yes.
yeah.
But that's not
Labor Day, then with Monday.
Oh,
yeah, it's Labor Day. Labor Day first, then with Monday, right? Because with Monday is like in late
August.
May. Where you get August? We're now going into May.
No, but with Monday.
Yeah,
It's in May.
Yeah, it comes out like June.
May.
It
It's
might be
in
May
May.
this year, right? Yeah.
You know, I'm not going. I might be having a moment, but
You are.
I'm not going to say anything right now.
I mean, for a churchical dude,
No,
you should
with
know.
Monday.
You should know.
Whit Monday's
you should
not
know
in
when Whit
August.
Monday is, right? Whit Monday is one
Okay,
of
so
those
first of
things
all,
tied
don't
to
they have Breaking Dawn around that time? Breaking
Dawn.
Dawn is not in August.
Yeah.
And I not
Okay,
even a
with
Fed
Monday
person.
is May 29th,
Thank you.
2023.
Thank you. I know we
And
were.
then
I
Labor
know,
Day is the first
I know
Monday.
Sophie and I were correct.
but as you know, Whit Monday is tied to Easter, and I think it has
Yeah.
something to do with what, Ascension or something.
Some amount of days
Yeah.
after
Something like that.
Easter.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
You know, we have our moments now and again. That's why we have these
Says the youngest in the room.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Sophie. So we're gonna move on to our next segment, guys. Stay tuned. Oh, my poor co-host, my poor host.
Be careful on the road. Don't make it an episode.
When it comes to the important things in life, your health, your education, your choice of a life partner, and of course your insurance provider, only the best will do. Caribbean Alliance Insurance is the only insurance company in the Eastern Caribbean with an A excellent rating. We have a robust 3-tier reinsurance strategy that protects our policyholders from multiple catastrophes, even if they occur in quick succession. We spread our risks over 18 territories, ensuring minimal impact to individual territories when a disaster strikes. We provide an excellent claims experience. Claim settlement is usually between 24 to 48 hours. Our A excellent rating means that you are more secure with us. Contact us for motor, property, marine, public liability, employer's liability, and other policies. Delisle Walwyn, people you can trust. Local agent for Caribbean Alliance Insurance. Tomorrow secured.
WINN is 98.9. 98.9 is Win FM.
Hello, this is Harper.
You got a clock, you got a chair, you got some headphones.
Yep, we got that.
What about a stapler and printer?
Yep, we got that.
Do you have a floor mat too?
Yep, we got that.
Tell me you got some cables and a projector.
Yeah, we got that.
Supermarket shoppers understand that convenience matters. At Hortsport's Value Mart IGA, we know that price matters most. Ample parking and the widest variety matter. At Hortsport's Value Mart IGA, we know that price matters most. Clean, spacious aisles and the highest level of customer service all matter. At Hortsport's Value Mart IGA, price matters most. We've renewed our commitment to guarantee the lowest prices in the Federation. Why? Because we understand that in this tough economic environment, price matters most. Shop smart. Shop Value Mart, where price matters most. Farms Estate Nevis and Wellington Road, St. Kitts.
Price matters most.
St. Kitts and Nevis listens to Win FM 98.9. Win FM 98.9.
Twelve minutes after 9 o'clock, and we have got a very special guest who will be helping us out with some of the foot and mouth disease we've been wallowing in over the last few weeks. Whenever fiscal and economic issues come up, and we have our critics and our detractors even saying, "You guys don't know what you're talking about." Shut up.
So today we have Mr. Kevin Hope, who is an economist and a developmental specialist. Am I saying it correctly?
Yeah.
Am I getting your titles correctly? And we're also going to be joined via phone by Mr. Jermaine Abel. And Jermaine is a well-known journalist, and he is currently attending the World Bank spring meetings. So let's get right into it. So, Jamster, were you able to get Jermaine? Hi, Jermaine, we're waiting on you. So, Kevin, one of the reasons we invited you onto the show was because of all the recent postings in the media about the IMF report. The IMF report is currently warning CBI countries that they should do this and they should do that. The IMF is warning Latin American countries that they should avoid recession despite growth projections. And it's the IMF talking about our economy retracting. So it's just been a full week of IMF this and IMF that. So we wanted you to come in and just share with our viewers what this latest IMF report per se, or all the warnings that they've been giving us. What is that all about, and how does it affect us?
Okay. Thank you, Candy. It's important to note for starters that currently you have the IMF World Bank spring meetings in April. They also have the annual meetings in October. So twice per year, government officials, largely your Minister of Finance, the Financial Secretary, central bank governors, and others converge into Washington, D.C. to discuss a lot of the issues pertaining to the global economic climate. Similarly, during this time, there's a number of publications that come out to support a lot of the information that is shared with the public, largely the World Economic Outlook. In these reports, they would give you an appreciation of what's happening globally in terms of those macro-critical issues, issues pertaining to economic development in some of the leading countries or the advanced economies. They would speak about inflationary conditions. They would share with us some of the other urgent and important issues, such as things like the environmental or the climate challenge that we're coping with. So as such, at these meetings, our Minister of Finance, oftentimes our Prime Minister, our financial secretaries and others would meet with a number of their counterparts, where they're discussing issues also at the national level. Recently, we would have had an IMF team, and annually, the IMF would do what you call an Article 4 mission, at least annually, where they will come to member states, or in this case, in Kitts and Nevis, and engage more so government officials, including the private sector and other entities, to get an appreciation of what's happening on the ground, what's the lay of the land, what's the outlook. So in their reports, whether it be their press release from the Article 4 mission, in addition to the reports that they would present before their board on each member country of the IMF, you would have a lot of policy discussions and insight. Suffice to say, while the IMF has given a press release or insights around what's happening or obtained in St. Kitts and Nevis, this is still consistent with a number of the policy insight that our neighbor, the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, would give through the governor or through their reports in St. Kitts and Nevis. Similarly, the Caribbean Development Bank and other entities. What is happening globally affects us locally. What we need to take note of in St. Kitts and Nevis is how our economy is structured. Right? Case in point, I'll just put some data or just share some data with yourself and the listening audience. So when we think about how our economy is structured, we look at what we call the economic contribution to your gross domestic product. Your gross domestic product is the volume of goods and services a country produces in any given year, and that's how we measure our progress in terms of growth. To a large extent, the leading sectors in St. Kitts and Nevis are construction, hotel and restaurants, transportation, storage and communication, financial intermediation, real estate. But we also have the government, which is public administration, playing a lead role. So a lot of these contributors to economic activity is predominantly services. When we think of, from an external look or perspective, the largest foreign exchange generator is tourism. So one could argue, when you think of tourism relationship, both directly, indirectly, and induced to all these other sectors, that tourism after the government is the largest contributor to economic activity. And as such, it means that whatever shocks obtained in our major source markets for tourism, the United States, the United Kingdom, Europe, Canada, and also sometimes we don't pay attention to it, but also the Caribbean, which is also account for a great proportion of inflows of tourist arrival in St. Kitts and Nevis. We have to take into account what are the local conditions. So what the IMF in their report, or even globally for tourist-dependent countries, are saying is that while post-COVID-19 you would have seen a sharp increase in economic growth due to that pent-up demand, people want to travel, people want to get out, that growth or that demand, while it's growing year on year, is going to slow down. So it's not a situation to say economic activity in St. Kitts is going to come to a halt. It's just a situation where you have a huge bump in terms of growth, because growth is measured by percentage change in GDP, real GDP. It's just that it's going to slow down or decelerate, but the country is still growing.
I'm glad you said that, because the headline I saw last week said that we were going to retract. So right now we're at, I think they said 3.8, and then they said, but it's going to retract in 2024. And so me, coming from just a layman's point of view, I saw the word retract and I'm like, oh my goodness, what does this mean? What does this mean for us? So what you're saying is that even though they use the word retract, it doesn't mean that we're not going to have growth. It's just that it's going to, you said decelerate. So yes, it was going upward because of what we're looking at it compared to post-COVID, pre-COVID and post-COVID. So there's still going to be growth, but it's just probably going to level off. Is that?
Right. So when you talk about growth,
I think that's German we're
yeah,
hearing.
That's German, just letting you know that we have someone actually on the ground at the IMF meetings in
He
in
is
DC.
totally familiar with German.
Okay,
So,
German.
So a little
German
background. I think Hope Economics would have sponsored some journalists previously, right?
So last October at the annual meetings, I would have, because I've had the benefit of attending several of these meetings and also following a media training we did with the Media Association, I would have co-sponsored their participation and
Right.
also facilitated some of the meetings and discussions at the World Bank IMF meetings.
Awesome. So you're familiar with German.
I am.
Good morning, German. Welcome.
Hey guys. Hey Kevin.
Welcome, Jermaine.
So we were talking, Jermaine, about the headline we got last week where it said that our economy was going to retract, but it's not going to be retracting in the regular sense of retracting. But just to skew away a little bit from that, you are currently attending those meetings. So are you able to give us some insight? What is it like? What have you learned so far? Are you on the same page with Kevin? Give us a little insight.
Well, you know, Kevin is more of the person who is numbers related. I could only speak from a media perspective. You know, Kevin would give you more of the insights in terms of the nitty-gritty and the details of what exactly what is being said at the meetings would mean. But yes, that's part of the big story coming out of the IMF meeting, in the sense of the outlook, the economic outlook for at least St. Kitts and Nevis, the Caribbean, and the world in general. But for me, two things actually stood out from the meetings that, because I was there at the Western Hemisphere's press conference, I believe that was either Thursday or Friday. And, you know, I specifically wanted to get from them, as CBI countries, you know, St. Kitts and Nevis, for example, we've been dependent on the CBI for the last, at least during the COVID pandemic, because that would have bailed us out from an economic collapse. And we were not, we were fortunate not to have to go, to the IMF for these international institutions to borrow monies. Our economy was propped up with just around $100+ million in bailout, whether it be social programs or just economic bailout and financial assistance for private sector entities, right? And the IMF, again, and this is something that was reiterated in October when I was up there, that countries like such as St. Kitts and Nevis and those who are dependent on CBI programs, they're telling them, or reminding them rather, to cut their spendings and save that revenue for a rainy day. And the spending from that money should be put in such a way that we can derive economic benefits from the spending of the CBI revenues. And then they're also calling for tourism-dependent countries, again, St. Kitts and Nevis and the rest of the Caribbean that are tourism-dependent, to be more, to have contingency plans in place. And I know Kevin was speaking earlier about economic growth and the implications for international, for when we look at the United States or major source markets, they're going to see slow growth, possibility of a recession, slow down in economic activities. We saw the rising interest rates, I think earlier last month or earlier this month, a 40 percentage point. What does that mean for tourism-dependent countries? So we have to look at all of this from a broader perspective. Does it mean that less disposable income mean people will not travel as much? So all of these are what the IMF would have taken into consideration when they would have made some of their, I don't want to say warning, but, when they put out a precautionary note for small island states and those member states in the Caribbean. But all in all, I can say it's good to be at the IMF meetings. You get to interact, you get to deal with the policymakers, and you get to have that feeling of what it means, some of these decisions mean for St. Kitts and Nevis.
Awesome. And I think some of the stuff that Jermaine touched on is real timely. The whole CBI warning, save your revenue for a rainy day, and we Latin American countries need to prepare for an oncoming recession. Wow, it sounds heavy. But break it down for me.
We remember the story of Joshua, it's Joseph, Egypt. What was it? The 7 years of famine, 7 years of plenty?
Right.
So if we use biblical reference, Joseph, 7 years of famine, 7 years of plenty. In 2011 in St. Kitts and Nevis, we went through an IMF program. And while the initial changes may have had some impact in terms of some social impact, we had to put in measures. We had to put in measures in terms of fiscal discipline, which served us well even up to the period 2014-2015, because during that time, while we were making corrections in managing our expenditure, we actually were generating more revenue. And that, when we think of it in terms of what we call our fiscal surplus, year on year, those revenues, those savings, go into the banking sector and they're accumulated, they're government savings that they can draw down should they fall when there is a rainy day. So similar what the IMF reports or they're articulating is that countries that have CBI programs should create or have fiscal buffers or have some sort of resilience fund, some sort of sovereign wealth fund that whenever there is a shock, you can draw down on it. And it would be foolhardy for us in St. Kitts and Nevis because while 2015 to 2019 thereabout, we still were generating fiscal surplus, it was at a declining rate. And with respect, yes, on one hand, you need to increase expenditure to replace infrastructure and other stuff, because I spoke about where construction to a large extent, and the construction contribution to our economic development is predominantly CBI-type funded construction. So as such, what we have relative to a number of the other Eastern Caribbean countries and others is we have pretty good infrastructure, relatively speaking. We have pretty good physical infrastructure. We have pretty good ICT and all these other stuff that is also correlated and driven by these type of activities. On the other hand, we have to be more prudent with what we call unproductive expenditure, right? We have to be mindful of the risk of wastage. And as such, I concur because I believe in discipline. I believe in having funds set aside for a rainy day. In that, we now have an opportunity, I would say, and I've seen evidence of it based upon a number of the articulations in terms of a sustainable island state and what we're trying to do in terms of trying to diversify our economy. And just for me to pivot, just for example. So if we're tourist dependent, as Jermaine is saying, you have globally the US, our major source market, likely to be facing a recession or slowing growth. And you have global financial tightening in terms of the raise in the US interest rates have implications for member states like St. Kitts and Nevis and others who have their savings, the central bank have their reserves in US denominated bonds, equity, treasury bills. And this increase in US interest rates also mean that there's a capital outflow. Funds, people know who are investors and savvy investors now looking for yield are taking the money out of developing and emerging economies back to the US. And that have implications in terms of, while yes, we have what we call an open, unlike Barbados or some other countries which may have restrictions on how much currency you can utilize, those capital outflows have implications on your reserves. It have implications even in terms of your investment, in terms of that global tightening. And if you, fortunately for us, we do have savings still in St. Kitts and Nevis, right, that we can, lean in on for a rainy day. But if we were going to market to borrow as a high developed country, it means that we are now going to in a market where the cost of borrowing is likely to be higher.
Right. And as a history student, I think I've always seen and learned that as long as there's war, you're going to go into a recession, just because now there's a strain on all finances and most of that money is being used to fund the war. And that's what's happening with the US and Ukraine and Russia. So is it that recession is impending and we should do as the IMF say and save for a rainy day?
I think to a large extent, there is the intention to continue to be prudent and fiscal prudence. I recall last August there was a discussion around our countries in red, right? And there was a debate, I remember, we having a healthy discussion, myself and the Media Association, in our training at the time, to actually debunk the myth, if it was a myth, or to actually determine who's telling the truth. And what was happening, or what has happened, is that, and it's understandable, so during shocks, countries would increase their expenditure. You have a situation where you increase in expenditure to respond to health crisis, among other things, a recession, because your major source of income, which is foreign exchange from tourism, right? And again, all the related activity from tourism activity with services in St. Kitts and Nevis, revenue for government has declined. And even as at 2021, 2022, even present, we're still in the economic recovery phase of things.
And important to say, revenue would have declined during, say, lockdowns, but government expenditure would have increased at the same time.
Right. Of course. So again, I said to say that yes, you have to be strategic in how you expend, right? But so clearly we were, and the red, being in red meant we were actually facing fiscal deficits, right? And as such, it means that during periods of fiscal deficit, you're drawing down your savings. Unfortunately for us, we didn't have to go to the Caribbean Development Bank, the IMF, World Bank, as many of our neighbors did, to manage. So again, I use that to highlight the importance of building up savings. And especially in a phase where we're recovering, we also have to be strategic to think of how are we now making the type of investments that we are not a one-horse economy. So there are evidence and at least intent, I would say, in terms of diversifying within agriculture, of diversifying within manufacturing, and even also looking at energy as another economic sector with the geothermal potential that we have in Nevis, and obviously the improved relations between the NIA government and the federal government to utilize that resource as a natural resource.
Okay. Now Candy, she's on point because she referenced the war, and that was actually my next question. So kudos to you for bringing up that.
Thank you.
what I'm going to do now, Jermaine, I want you to weigh in on perhaps how the war played into the discussions you heard and how you think it would impact us, and then we can have Mr. Howe also weigh in on that. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Mr. Howe weigh in on that as well.
Well, it's a multifaceted effect. From my economic days, which is very many moons ago. One, we had the issue of the supply chain, which would cause a definite ripple effect in the business community. Then we had, for example, Russia, and then the sanctions and all of that was placed on Russia. That had an implication on our CBI program, for example, because if I remember correctly, last year it was noted that Russians were played a major role because they were, I think, either number 1 or number 2 within our CBI program. That's subject to correction. But it has and then it also causes a ripple effect on the international market and all of that. So for us in the Caribbean and here in St. Kitts and Nevis, it has a major economic effect in the sense that, and this is what I keep telling people, not because something is not necessarily close to home means that we should not really pay attention to it. And that's something that we have an issue with, in the sense that we don't necessarily focus on the broad implication of what this would mean. A war in Ukraine, a flu broke out in China, or something happening in Africa, that it will actually have implications for us. That is why you see places like the United States would keep a close watch on it. Right. So for us, it will have, it is having a serious effect. And then, for example, when we look at what happened with the supply chain issue, that had a serious repercussion for us in St. Kitts and Nevis, both economically. It highlighted our food sustainability. It had an effect on government spending, government's bottom line. So these things have, the war itself would have direct impact for us in St. Kitts and Nevis.
Jermaine, quick question though. I'm seeing a headline saying Latin America, and I think you referenced it, Latin America and the Caribbean to avoid recession despite growth projections slowing and inflationary pressures remain. But my question is, you're on the ground there, and I'm sure there are other media personnel from other countries, Latin American countries. What are the whisperings? What is the feeling? Is this something that they're taking to heart and they're concerned about? Is it causing any sort of, disruption? What is it on the ground? What is the feeling on the ground as it relates to this particular headline? And I mean, amongst the other media persons.
Well, yes. It depends on which part of Latin America, which part of the Latin American region you fall, because I think Argentina, for example, they would have gotten some level of bailout. I believe Chile and Peru, that's subject to be correction. But even though they're happy, right, and I think what we need to also understand is that when they say Latin America and the Caribbean, they're not speaking about individual countries, but they're grouping everybody and then make their statistical data or present their statistical data, right? Mm-hmm. So within that broader, and it's a problem I have with when a lot of international agencies begin to give analysis on the Caribbean, because it does not necessarily mean that they would trickle down and say St. Kitts. So, for example, when they say Latin America and the Caribbean and mention the Caribbean, we're seeing Guyana, for example, is going to see significant economic growth this year, but St. Kitts is just going to see maybe a 3 or 4% increase. And then next year, Guyana is probably going to see the same thing, but St. Kitts might just see a 2% increase in economic activity or economic growth. So I don't want to say it's misleading, but they're just giving a broad analysis of the entire region. So yes, there are individual countries within the Latin American realm that would see growth, but there's some that would have approached the IMF for economic bailout. I know Argentina, Peru, and Chile, I think, yeah, because there were journalists there who would have been questioning to get a feel and a sense of exactly what does the political influence or what does this mean for their country, and what sort of recommendation IMF would give for individuals and countries themselves.
Okay, German.
Exactly. Do that. Yeah.
Okay, German. Now, as a corollary to what you just said, Mr. Ho, what is the Well, German, I want you to weigh in on this as well. Was it articulated? I know in the past we've had numbers presented by the IMF, and maybe government or opposition people would have come and said, well, those numbers are based on the numbers the government presented. And they're basically what they're saying is that, well, the IMF does their projections based on the numbers that were presented. How reliable are these numbers? What would be the margin of error, Mr. Ho, in terms of these projections that were given for, say, Guyana and the rest of the Caribbean?
So, for starters, I think it's important to note that any data central banks, international financial agencies report on are actually data sourced from the country. They would go through a series of exercises to try to corroborate or triangulate to ensure that there is reliability and validity of the data, for starters. So they don't just come, whether it be Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, CDB, IMF, World Bank, just come having taken the data and just put it out to the public. They would massage it to ensure they look for other proxies and other variables that would actually speak the same language, because we find, obviously, relationships.
So would you say, I would think governments would want to be self-serving. I want to make themselves look good when they're presenting numbers to the IMF. Is there any foolproof way of the IMF passing what's fake?
A favorable report. So
Yes.
you're saying that they can tweak the figures to give it to the IMF so that we get a better report?
Yes.
Is that it?
Yes.
Having sat in...
Or worse report, depending on...
I've had the benefit
suspicious.
I've had the benefit of being on a number of these IMF missions across the Caribbean. And I would say governments won't necessarily try to nudge any international agency to give a favorable report. Member governments have the responsibility to say to the IMF that they wish for their report not to be published if there are sensitive issues at the time. And as such, the IMF or any entity would actually adhere to that request. Right?
It's funny you said that. That was my next question.
No,
I was going to ask you, why is it that there are certain indicators where you don't have numbers for particular countries? I always wondered what that was about.
However, and this is why even when we did the exercise last year with the Media Association in St. Kitts or even in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, it was to empower our media personnel to ask those leading questions, and even to have an appreciation as to where they can get the data to actually, have our policymakers and others engage in a meaningful discussion, right? They are sensitive issues. I'll give a case in point. Let's say St. Kitts and Nevis is going to the international market to borrow money. International investors want to know that the country has the ability to repay. So any information that may be potentially damaging to your country, or even raise doubt to an investor, suggests that the cost of borrowing could be higher, or even if there is real intent of actually putting in the systems in place, any information that could raise doubt puts the country at risk. And we have to be mindful that, and Jermaine said it, whatever's happening globally, trust that there is a local impact. We are an open society. Right? What we consume, the majority of what we consume is imported. We just have to look at COVID-19 pandemic, and especially where systems had to be put in place to source supplies, our food supplies in particular, our pharmaceuticals, right? Again, we are open because the services that we provide locally and internationally, we need to connect. So I say all of that to say this, and just to segue where we were having the discussion, the Russian-Ukraine war has impacted supply chains, but prior to the Russian-Ukraine war, we also had supply chains constraints.
Because of COVID.
Right?
Yeah.
And as such, what the Russian-Ukraine war did is just magnify those, and more so, it just compounded the energy and the food or the commodity prices internationally, both in terms of quantity and in prices.
I mean, I had to point out to some people who didn't know. I said Ukraine provides a lot of our vegetable oils, our wheat, oats and rye and stuff like that, and also a lot of metals like bauxite ore, aluminum, stuff like that. And I had to explain to some people that they were like, "Well, that has nothing to do with this." I was like, "Yes, it does."
And hence here we are today.
Construction material prices. Again, our food come across the water, so even energy price. When during COVID, for the average businessman or woman whose costs to clear his or her container quadrupled, all of that was associated with global conditions, right? And that's why I was deliberate in that. It's important also, and I think sometimes, and because I've worked on the side of government, I advise government, sometimes you get caught up in the weeds where you're just working and delivering and not coming out and speak about what you're doing. So if globally, since COVID to present, we are responding to energy and food crisis or shocks, in terms of price shocks and also in terms of volume, it's incumbent upon us, especially in St. Kitts. We see the evidence in Nevis, where Nevis, during COVID, they invested with their limited resources in agriculture, and they doubled down on agriculture to reduce the dependence on the NIA or Four Seasons, right? And more so now in St. Kitts, since we have a new agriculture strategy, it's how are we now utilizing that strategy and implementing it to ensure that we utilize a lot of our lands. We utilize a lot of our lands to ensure we increase the food supply.
This is food security now.
Right? So again, it's using this crisis as an opportunity.
Yeah. We have a call. You want to take a call? German, you want to say something?
I was going to finish.
Yeah, I just wanted to add quickly, James, the fact that, and I think this is what, and Kevin was alluding to it, but this is the fact people don't understand. When we hear about these international implications, issues, we're not bringing it to a local level. So let's quickly take a look at what we did as a bailout measure for the energy sector, for example, for energy. When fuel prices went up, government gave subsidies to both drivers and bus operators, taxi operators. But what did that mean for the country itself? What did that mean for us? We did not take a look at all of that because the government technically lost both sides. They dropped the fuel prices and then they did not receive much in return in taxes. Same thing would have happened in when we looked at food security. We have a $1 billion industry of importing food in St. Kitts and Nevis, and the government continues to provide subsidy and all of that. So what does this mean for us? And these are the things that people have to look at and consider when we talk about international issues and all of that. How does it come down to us? And how does an ordinary man like Jamster, how does he feel it in his pocket? How does this impact me? And I think we don't look at all of that when we talk about these issues. We just look at it as a broad, a war in Ukraine.
I'm so glad you said that, Jermaine. That was my next question. What does it mean for the man on the street? But Kevin, I think you wanted to finish a thought just before we touch that.
So, interestingly, and the man on the street or the woman on the street or the hairdresser, a lot of us turn to entrepreneurship not because it was an obsession or a desire. Oftentimes it's a reaction to a shock. All right?
Survival.
So survival. And what we have in St. Kitts and Nevis, the last estimate is of an estimate close to 2,500 registered enterprises. How active these enterprises are important. All right? We have a situation where those private enterprises account for almost 50% of the actively employed in St. Kitts and Nevis after the government. Wow. So it means two things. I was saying that there is an opportunity because there's an opportunity in food, both in terms of producing food, our fisher folk. There is an opportunity for agro-processed food, right, of which a lot of times those persons are working in agro-process are oftentimes women, from some of the data we looked at. There is an opportunity also in fuel. And follow where I'm going with this. In 2012 to 2014 at one time, even when we did the investment with the Taiwanese of the solar panels at the roundabout close to the central bank, we were at that point in time on a trajectory of wanting to become one of the the small island states that promote in terms of green sustainability. And we saw the loss pace, right? We now have a real opportunity. Yes, there is geothermal potential that we're exploring, but even in terms of households, enterprises, and other stuff, how are we incentivizing, providing financing and concessions for solar PVs, for renewables, right, which accounts for oftentimes, energy accounts for oftentimes 1/3 of the cost after labor also for enterprises. So how are we, and again, we've had initiatives of the light bulbs and all this other stuff that help to reduce our energy costs. How are we making provisions for hybrids and electric vehicles? And I know these are commitments and work in progress. Other territories use the COVID-19 crisis to promote more backyard farming, right? How are we incentivizing our fisher folk and our agriculture, our farmers, in terms of accessing finance, of getting insurance, equipment? A lot of our fishermen and women are crying out because they're not getting the same incentives as the farmers.
And you feel these things would be buffers to what is to come. So it's like almost inflation is going to happen, and these things would help as buffers. I know there's also talk about a minimum wage increase. So all of these things can be seen as the way as buffers to what is inevitable. And these are ways that it would affect the man on the street, but these are things that we can do too.
It's a natural response. In Jamaica, Antigua, even St. Vincent and the Grenadines, several countries have already articulated increasing the minimum wage to accommodate the cost of living shocks that which people had to sustain over the last 4 years.
Okay, Kevin, German, we've had some calls coming. I really wanted to at least get 2 or 3 calls. So callers, please call. It's not that we don't want to take the calls, but sometimes when Kevin and German are talking, and even Candy, it's kind of rude to cut them off. But if you okay, here we go. So we have our first one. Caller, go right ahead. Hi, caller, go right ahead.
Good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
Did you all listen to the international news this morning? I hear some news this morning and said that Ukraine flooding Poland and Hungary with grain. The Minister of Agriculture in Poland resigned. What happened is that the amount of grain going into Poland and Hungary from Ukraine causing the market in Hungary and Poland, the food price to drop, and they just can't accommodate that. Why is it we in Senkis can't be doing like producing? Mr. Hope, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to give you my number, and I would like you to give me a call. The Economist, I'm a farmer. I have million friends. I invest in G-Plays and everything. And from since last year, October, I'm getting a lot of blowers. Animals up here destroying my farm, and I'm not getting no assistance at all from the Minister of Agriculture. It's very important that you do give me a call. Just a while ago, it seems to me, I heard you say you do advise the rural administrators. Please, I'm asking of you. I've been involved in agriculture for so much years. When I first came up here, there was a mile of pipe past me to get water on my farm. And today I'm getting a lot of blues. Please, Mr. Hope, my number is 668-555. Please, I'd be very grateful if you do give me a call. Thanks a lot.
What's your name, sir?
Tweed. Oshoy Tweed. Tweed.
Thanks for your contribution to it.
With my respect.
Thank you for your call. So he's saying that there's a glut now where wheat is concerned. Is that it? Is that the right terminology? So they're flooding, Ukraine is flooding Poland and Hungary with the wheat that they can't export?
So I'm familiar with, obviously, due to the war, there would be a lot of wheat available for export. I'm aware, if my recollection serves me well, that there was some agreement between both Russia and Ukraine with respect to the ports with which you could export some of that produce. But it's a natural tendency. Wherever you have crisis, people are going to be creative to find strategic ways to get the food out. But I'm not aware with the particular release. But I think the concern of how do we address our local agricultural issues is important.
Yes.
Go right ahead for Kevin and German. Go right ahead, caller.
Yes. Just yesterday I heard Janet Yellen, I think is the
Treasury Secretary.
The Treasury Secretary something like that for the United States, say that normally you address things like inflation by doing things to increase unemployment, and things like having high interest rates, okay, which dampens business, investment in business. I said that to say, how much of an influence can we really have down these paths? Because obviously, if unemployment goes up in the States, less people are probably going to travel, okay, they'll prioritize other things, and that will start to affect us down here. Okay, so are we in fact, I mean, we attend these meetings and so on, but really and truly, we have no real power to influence economic policy generally. And don't you think that in our situation, there are really just two ways that we can really help ourselves? One is by producing things that other people want, okay, as well as what our local people want, so as to cut down on imports, and, or alternatively, we reduce or change our consumption patterns. For instance, I don't believe in banning stuff, okay, but certainly you can use targeted taxation, like, for instance, if you want to travel or if you want to import a particular size engine vehicle, those kinds of things which we can by ourselves influence rather than rely on policies from outside to make sure that we're staying afloat in this kind of environment. So how do you view this? Because I know that they regard economics as a science, but there are so many moving parts, okay, and we're just on the periphery, so to speak, and can't really drive any kind of policy decision internationally that would affect us. We just have to essentially go with the flow. I guess if it was easy to really change course, diversify and things like that, it would have already been done. So I just wanted your guest to comment on the difficulties that we have, and how do you think we can really impact things so that we come out of this with our heads above the water. By the way, the same Janet Yellen said that she believes that she can actually reduce inflation without reducing unemployment. She didn't say how, though, and that is the whole question. When we're dealing with economics, there's no such thing as the way. And aren't we just really shooting in the dark, really hoping for the best? Okay, then.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, caller. I think you've you've made a meaningful contribution, and I'll start with the last point first. So, as policymakers, as senior technicians within government, or even as the private sector, we have a responsibility for us to treat with what obtains at home. All the headwinds that we're facing, how are we going to build the resilience and protect what's at home? So in terms of some of those initiatives, as we were discussing, to ensure we utilize our natural resource, our lands, to plant more food, and even substitute some of those imports that is probably contributing to the obesity and the deaths, the NCDs we have in St. Kitts and Nevis, to have more nutritious and healthy food and find ways and means to get that into our schools, on our plates, within our households. So I'm agreeing with you on that. The global issue, our policymakers, when they convene at the United Nations, at the World Bank and IMF forums, and all of these, at CARICOM, at OECS, these are fora and even one where we take collective action most of the times, right? And while there may be complex issues and we can't determine what obtains in the U.S. with respect to the Treasury, or more so the Federal Reserve intent to raise interest rates, what we do have is persuasive power in helping to design policies and initiatives that can help us mitigate the impact. Case in point, Honorable Prime Minister Mia Mottley, the work that she's doing globally in terms of environment and climate change, and really trying to get the international environment to recognize our vulnerability and to be able to even give high-income countries such as the Bahamas and Barbados, who've benefited over the last 4 years, getting semi-concessional loans from these institutions, way below the rate that they would have otherwise get to build resilience, to respond to shocks, and other things.
That's funny. You just halfway answered the question I wanted to ask. It seems like this whole convention that says, what do we considered a medium income or high income?
High income.
High
based
income.
on our
So,
per capita GDP.
so that we don't get concessionary loans. Now, one caller referenced the fact that we probably can't influence the IMF at any high level because of our size. But like I said, it seems like one step forward, two steps back, because we're small and vulnerable, but we're considered high income. So is it practicable for us to actually have what you just mentioned to continue?
But didn't Kevin just say that when we
Yes,
go to those things, we operate collectively? Because at the end of the day, they're going to class us as one anyways, just like Germany is saying. When they say Latin America and the Caribbean, they mean from Guyana, come right up to St. Kitts. So if we're all facing the same problem and we approach this situation collectively when we go to IMF and World Bank, isn't it that we still have a voice?
I'll give an example, right? St. Kitts and Nevis and also Antigua and Barbuda. When you think of the hurricane belt, we live in a bad neighborhood, right? And even if it's not a direct hit, even if it's a tropical storm or heavy rainfall, the monies we're expending from our treasury and even those CBI savings to rebuild, you're rebuilding, you're instead of accumulating assets, which also contributes to growth, you're actually replacing assets that are damaged. And the metric for which we use, which is the gross domestic product per capita, which is our volume of goods and services divided by our population, a shock reduces that volume of goods and services. So tomorrow we can be 20,000 US, let's say today, 20,000 US per capita, and tomorrow we can be 10 or we can be 5,000. Take the case in point of Dominica. Within 5 years, 2 shocks, Tropical Storm Erica and Hurricane Maria. And had it not been for their savings in CBI, if you go to Dominica today, you'll be surprised. You'll be like, how did Dominica recover so fast? It was the same CBI funded and yes, international support, but more so homegrown initiatives to facilitate the rebuilding of the infrastructure.
Okay.
Interesting. Well, unfortunately, we're at our time limit.
Yeah,
so
let's
just
give
before
German
you
30
go,
seconds to
German,
wrap up.
yes,
Yeah.
just give us your last words.
Okay. Thanks, guys, for the appearance this morning. Just to say that, just to urge, St. Kitts and Nevis, the general public, to, when you see the reports, when you hear statements that we understand what they totally mean and where they go, what are the implications for us as a society as a whole.
And you're still at the meetings, right? They're not concluded.
No, they wrapped up yesterday.
Oh, awesome. So then we'll look out for your report.
Yes.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, just to let the public ensure that they are.
No, did we lose him?
German? Okay, yeah, I guess we
seems we
lost
lost.
him.
Kevin, to you, what are you working on now? Is it still all IMF stuff, or I know you're about to depart, but we're curious. What is?
I'm actively teaching at the University of the West Indies, Five Island campus in Antigua. Notwithstanding, we are doing some meaningful work here in St. Kitts and Nevis on updating our sustainable development goals. And I'm confident in short order, the cabinet, a number of the lead technicians and others would be engaged in the media and the public to share with them where are we in terms of implementing and meeting those goals, the social, the economic, and the environmental dimensions. I want to say in closing that I think St. Kitts and Nevis have talented technicians and even a number of persons, both on the opposition and the incumbent, who have great ideas for the country.
Mm-hmm.
So when we see, for example, the initiative around geothermal, where even the opposition leader, or by extension also NIA, working with the federal, it augurs well. Through collaboration, we can get more done in the federation, and I wish, the team here well. And I'm an optimist. I'm betting on St. Kitts and Nevis.
Well, thank you for
So
that.
take good care of it.
So it's not all doom and gloom.
It isn't.
Thank you so much for joining us and for breaking it down for us. I think to the listening audience and myself,
Yes.
I learned a lot this morning. Thank you so much.
We're going to be calling on you a lot, so just look out.
Warning, right?
Yes. So consider yourself our economics and finance contributor from
Guru.
Guru, yes. Even better.
I would get Hope Economics to send the invoice. But
Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to our audience for listening in and for your poignant questions. And enjoy the rest of your day, everyone. Thanks for tuning in to Island Tea.
And everyone have a nice day. We got Spin Cycle coming up next. It's 3 minutes after 10 o'clock.
Today is Monday, April 17, 2023, and you're tuned into WINFM 98.9. It is 8 minutes past the 11 o'clock hour here in the studios of WINFM 98.9, and you're listening to Voices. I'm your host for today, Devon Cornelius. Thank you so much for joining the conversation for today. It is the beginning of the work week, and I wish all of you a very productive day and productive week. Thank you so much for joining the program. We are live on our social media platforms, so you can check us out on our Facebook page, YouTube channel, our Twitter account, and other on Twitch as well as Twitch. You just search WINNmedia SKN. And of course, for the latest in what's happening in St. Kitts and Nevis across the Caribbean region and internationally, tune into or visit, www.winmediaskn.com. That's www.winmediaskn.com. The phone lines will be open shortly, and you can call us at 466-0989 or at 662-0989. That's 466-0989 or at 662-0989. This is Voices for the 17th day of April 2023. I'm Devon Cornelius. Thank you guys so much for joining the program. Happening now, Caribbean leaders are meeting to discuss very, very important matters. Now, I have an article here from the Trinidad Guardian. It says, ahead of today's regional symposium that will address crime violence as a public health issue, the crime challenge some regional prime ministers are calling for are a unified region in the fight against crime. The Dominican Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerritt, who will be addressing the community approach, said there was need for the population to help in fighting the crime. Speaking with Guardian Media upon his arrival at the Hyatt Regency in Port of Spain, Skerritt called on the media as well to highlight the issues and play their part in crime fighting. He said, quote, "The most important thing is that we're here to discuss as heads and the rest of the community. It will require a societal response to address crime that we can't only look to the government to resolve. The government has its role to play, but everyone in society. If he or she plays his part, then certainly we can have a better understanding of what we all need to do to address what has become a very concerning phenomenon through the region," Skerritt said. He added, quote, "We're all suffering from this, and it is a huge cost to our treasuries, loss of lives, and it's true gun violence has become a public health issue, and we look forward to very constructive and sincere engagement he said. Caribbean leaders are meeting for the regional symposium to address very important matters such as coming up with policies and strategies to fight crime. It is happening now. Later we'll be taking some clips out of that symposium for your benefit. The phone lines are open and we're taking your calls at 466-0989 or at 662-0989. Let's head to the phone lines and we'll take our first call for this morning. Caller, you are on the air. Good morning.
Greetings, my brother.
Yes, caller.
We are listening to the information you just shared. Thanks for sharing, Sam. No, we hear the word crime. And it is important, for the heads in the region to collectively address the worst crime against humanity. That case ain't try up to the time. It ain't try in The Hague, nor nowhere. The damage has been done. The victims are still suffering today, although that crime was committed hundreds of years ago. This is no Nancy story. Our presence in these plantations up to the time had evidence. And the situation that we are in these plantations speaks volume of the continual sufferings from that terrible, unimaginable crime against humanity. It is important that our heads, St. Kitts Nevis and beyond, address this. Address this to whom it may concern. We heard the sound this morning concerning world war. Anytime they create war, they say it's world war, and they include we, and we ain't in the war. We're not in the war, yet they include us. And consequences thereof, scarce commodities, economic downfall. And it is so sad to hear our people, heads and others in this region here, joining inside of that. Instead of calling for the unison of African people, globally, home and abroad, scattered wherever we are, to set our own economic stability. This is just there waiting for us. All that is absent is the dire need of unison. But instead of that, we are going on like we are idiots amid this economic warfare that they are raging against us. Like we don't see this. They include us in everything. They embrace us in the world war and the this war and the that war and this present war. And we're not in no war with no one. We must suffer. When they say we must suffer, all the time. And in the midst of that, we're not seeking to rise. Rise! Rise as a people. Crime in the region. Look at the situation of every plantation land in this Caribbean. East, west, north, south. It ain't just happens like it's not in a vacuum. These things is happened by design, by the effects of hundreds of years of physical enslavement. up to the time the mental enslavement is terrible same way. And it just be a pussyfooting and bandaging instead of dealing with the problem from the core. It's a shame. Blessed love.
All right, caller. All right, thank you so much for your contribution to the discussion. We'll have to take a short break to acknowledge our sponsors, and when we come back, we will continue the conversation for today. It's Monday, April 17, 2023, and you're tuned into WINN FM 98.9 for another edition of Voices. I'm your host for today, Devon Cornelius. Thank you so much for joining the conversation. Let's take this break, and we'll be right back.
Found the sound 98.9 FM.
If you need protection, you need one who you can trust to secure your investment. You need one who'll do you just. TDC Insurance, you're the one that you can trust. TDC Insurance, you're always safe with us. TDC Insurance is your go-to insurance company for all your insurance needs. We take pride in offering you the best solutions and ensuring our customers are fully satisfied. TDC Insurance, we take good care of you, guaranteeing you peace of mind. You're always safe with us.
What has you so happy? My home internet just got upgraded, and I didn't even have to pay for it. What? Which network you have? Flow. Now I can get the fastest fiber internet in St. Kitts and Nevis for the lowest price.
Fastest internet for the lowest price? What's the catch?
No catch, my friend. 100 megabits per second for just $135 a month. With Flow, you truly get the best internet experience around.
Switch to Flow for the fastest fiber internet at the lowest price. Visit a Flow store today. Conditions apply.
Welcome back to the program. This is Voices on WINN FM 98.9 for Monday, April 17, 2023. I'm Devon Cornelius. Thank you so much for joining the conversation. Now, with regards to the CARICOM leaders meeting in Port of Spain, Trinidad, the article further read that Skerritt insisted that with respect to the community approach, everyone had to play its part, including the church, the business community, and schools. He said, quote, "I believe that we need to revisit the school curriculum. We are not providing enough time for students to have extracurricular activities and for students to interact and solve problems together. It is too exam driven. So it's imperative we look at holistic child development." This is from Mr. Skerritt at the symposium being held there in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago. Unified region needed to fight crime, says CARICOM leaders. The phone lines are open and we're welcoming your calls. Before I take the next call, however, I want to share an update with you, the listening audience. The following is a notice from the Ministry of Sustainable Development, Urban Development Unit. It says the public is advised to exercise caution when passing through the Independence Square on Tuesday, 18 April 2023, from the hours of 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. During this time, the Ministry of Sustainable Development and the Urban Development Unit will be conducting a cleanup exercise that includes pruning of the vegetables. Please be guided accordingly. So, that's on Tuesday, April 18th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. and the public is advised to exercise caution. We are taking your calls right here on Voices on WINNFM 98.9. The phone lines are open. Call us at 466-0989 or at 662-0989. I'm your host for today, Devon Cornelius. On the topic of crime, as I mentioned earlier, CARICOM leaders are meeting to discuss ways and strategies of fighting crime in the Caribbean region, and they are calling on the church, the business community, the schools, the media to assist in crime fighting. St. Lucia, in particular, has been making the headlines in terms of crime and violence there. St. Kitts and Nevis as well. Trinidad and Tobago, other Caribbean islands have been making the headlines. And so heads are coming together, prime ministers and senior ministers, ministers of national security, and other national security officials, senior officials, are coming together to discuss policies and strategies of fighting crime in the CARICOM region. I was listening to a news piece from the Bahamas, and one of the issues we have in the Caribbean as well is money laundering. And so crime is not just the murder and the burglary and those things, but money laundering, some serious money laundering. And so you'll hear more about that in our midday newscast coming up. But there is a lot that the media, there's a lot that the church, the business community, the community as a whole, there's a lot that we can do to fight crime and to assist the government in fighting crime. Nobody is ever going to get the answer to bringing the crime or solving the issue 100% completely. But that does not say, hey, we should not try. And so the suggestion put forward there by Ms. Carrot to perhaps include more extracurricular activities into our school system, I think is a wonderful suggestion. You have now where the children are just going to school and they are in their books 24/7. I mean, you're going to school, and so there's nothing I want to say wrong with that. But the suggestion is to include more extracurricular activities. You know, let them spend time with their peers and do things differently. He believes that that would help the crime situation. Now, I want to put a question to you, the listening audience, as this has long been a debate over the years, and people have been weighing in on this and have been giving their views and opinions. Very strong, compelling arguments about the type of music that we listen to, that our youth listen to, that people in general listen to. And there are some who are of the opinion that the music that we listen to, the music that promotes or has violence and pictures and or that depict violence and drugs and, you know, all of that. There are people who are of the view that this type of music is what is adding to or fueling crime and violence. It is not necessarily the main cause, but they believe that it is one of the drivers or one of the factors where, we have people as young as the primary school age listening to music that is filled with violence, and they believe that is because of this music. It is what pushes them to participate in criminal activity. You also have a situation where the people they are memorizing the lyrics, and so sometimes in some cases they know the lyrics better than how they know the actual schoolwork. But I want to get your thoughts and your views and opinions on this. So let's head to the phone lines and we'll take this call. Hello, caller. You are on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Devon.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine. I was listening to your reporting on what was it Roosevelt Skerritt said at that symposium.
Yes.
There's been this tendency over the years to put a lot of emphasis on education and training when we are faced with a particular set of problems. I think we've overdone it in the sense that it's really a short-term measure intended to fulfill a need or rectify a problem. And we know that it is not a successful measure for that, to achieve that. When we look at the length of time these programs are in place, most of them were supposed to be short-term, and they end up becoming essentially part of the economy, And it's important for people to understand that education and training by itself does not solve, for instance, something like unemployment.
Mm-hmm.
It does not solve crime, right? So all these social problems that we have, education and training by itself cannot do the job, all right? And there is, like I said, the tendency to say, oh, let's bring them in a training program, and with the hope that would it would yield really good results, when in fact it obviously doesn't. I think it's a cop-out really from doing what government is really supposed to be doing, which is to provide opportunities and the environment where you can have growth and investment. Because once you have that, you will be solving things like the unemployment problem, because there will be more work for people.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And another way of looking at it, you may say that, well, these people can't find employment because they're not trained. Okay, but I think that's approaching the problem from the back end. They're not trained because the education system failed them, okay? And so there needs to be more concentration on improving our education system at the level, at the levels that we currently have, in terms of making sure that we have less dropouts, more graduates, and making sure that our curriculum and so on is in fact designed to, well, certainly that it matches the jobs out there and can itself be something that would make sure that we have the manpower that we need
right.
to promote economic development.
Mm.
So we should be concentrating not so much on these short-term programs, right, which are never-ending, but on making sure our education system is more efficient, right? And we have a good system of primary, secondary, and tertiary education, but it's not efficient enough in terms of what it produces. And that is where I think the concentration should lie. rather than going over training that should have been done in one of our institutions at the back end once they've failed the 6, 7, whatever many years of primary, secondary, and tertiary education. Right? So whereas, Roosevelt's carrot comments, they are important in the sense that it recognizes the need for better trained people.
Right.
Right? But of course, one may also argue that a lot of the people who are involved in criminal activity, it isn't that they're not trained or educated. They're just not, I think, fitting in to the society in the sense that, for one, our training tends to be more academic orientated.
Instead of skills.
Right.
Yeah.
As opposed to skills. Okay? But short-term skills training does not rectify that problem. Like I said, we got to make sure our institutions are more efficient. And it's not, I don't think this is the day when you can just take somebody straight out of school with minimum education, not having graduated, and say, just throw him into construction, or, put him to be a plumber, or an electrician. I think those trades have evolved to the extent where it does require some level of competence or some level of education and training that would have been available at these institutions. And so I guess what I'm saying in short is that rather than look at these short-term training programs which are never-ending, rather than look at things like the social programs that essentially involve just giving people money, free in inverted commas money, okay? We should be making sure that our systems, our education and training systems, turn out a higher level and a larger number of graduates that can fill whatever jobs are out there. And at the same time, make sure that there are opportunities outside there for them to access. Because there's no point, well, I shouldn't say there's no point training people and then they sit down and do nothing. Because at least there's always the option of migration. Okay, but do we really want to do that, to be training for export? Okay, we want our training to be such that they are absorbed locally. We don't have to bring in people from overseas or minimum people from overseas. We don't have large numbers of people migrating simply because they can't find opportunities here. That is that is what we have to look at. So you have to look at everything in a holistic way. Okay, sure, train. Okay, but make sure you know what you're training them for. Make sure you have opportunities for them. I think we're failing in the sense that we have not been successful at providing the opportunities for people, right? I think we've been failing in that respect. And the indication of this is, as I said, the fact that there are so many people on social programs, and there are so many people in these in STEP and or PEP or whatever up to now. All right, so we really should be targeting our responses to those things, right? And finally, with regards to that as a crime in relation to the crime issue, there's a hardcore criminal element that I'm afraid that the police is going to have to deal with, okay? doesn't seem as if they can be salvaged. It's probably not the majority of the people who are involved in the peace program, for instance, right? But because I'm sure that it's not a huge number of them they may be members of a gang, but I don't think there's a huge number of them who's going to take up a gun and kill somebody in cold blood. That takes a particular type of mindset that no amount of training and education and offering opportunities and so on is going to help, right? And the police are the ones who are going to have to deal with that. Okay, the social interventions, I don't think, can do it because they probably had access to opportunities just like the other people who were on STEP and other social programs, and they chose not to abide by the straight and narrow, but to take this extreme measure, right? And that has to be dealt with by professional people who know psychology, who know police work, who know the criminal mindset. They, I think, are the ones who have to deal with them, not so much sociologists and educators and trainers. Okay, so you have to look at the whole thing in perspective, because there's no easy way out of this. There's no silver bullet. Okay, it's going to take a multiplicity of efforts to get this thing solved. Okay, and so I hope in this symposium that they're going to deal with all these varying things, okay, and come up with a plan. And the mere fact that it's a region-wide problem suggests that there should be a region-wide solution, okay? And let's hope that they come up with something different, something that's going to solve this, because COVID kind of masked what was happening, eh? Because of the restrictions, a lot of the crime and so on that we had before was kind of abated, you know. But now that all the restrictions and so on are relaxed, it seems that there is this upsurge again, because the problem really was not solved, and because COVID had given the false hope that, well, things were under control, and when in fact it really wasn't. Okay, so let's hope that the leaders come up with some kind of strategy to deal with this once and for all. All right.
All right, Carla, thank you so much for your contribution to this program. I do get what you're saying. What I wanted to add there was there needs to be a lot more focus on skills training and equipping our people, particularly young people, with skills, especially for those who are not so into the academics, those who are not so into the books, but get them trained in areas of plumbing and carpentry and different areas in construction and you name it. I think that may be able to, basically giving them an opportunity to just find something to do and not waste your life and get involved in criminal activity and violence and all of that. Let's head back to the phone lines and we'll take some more calls. Okay, we seem to have lost that caller. We're taking your calls here on Win FM 98.9 for Voices. It's Monday, April 17, 2023. I'm Devon Cornelius. Thank you so much for joining the conversation. Let's head back to the phone lines. We do have some more callers. We'll take this one. Hello, caller. You're on the air. Good morning.
Greetings proudly. Yes, you're so right, and everybody got a knock. And identify the knock and push the person. If it's plumbing, we got people on here right now. We can call a name of a man who into plumbing for years, work with our government, and ready to train people. That position. So, them things they're necessary. Alongside the academic, whatever. Mr. Skerritt suggestion towards that addition in the curriculum. Welcome, but in the midst of that, it gives me a memo about the polite violence that is in our midst. The polite violence, people to people. We cannot take our eyes off it because polite violence breeds bloody and bloodletting violence. Your point just a while ago towards the music. Music is pure and innocent. It is the lyrical contents we have to be dealing with.
Right.
You see me?
Mm-hmm.
So let me just make sure we understand what we are saying when we are talking. Music is pure, innocence. We are written innocence all the time.
Hello, caller. We seem to have lost that caller. Please call us back at 466-0989. Well, yeah, when I refer to the music, I'm talking more so about the lyrics, the things that are usually said in the lyrics. But that has been a ongoing, let's say, argument, an ongoing discussion about whether the music in terms of the lyrics is a cause or something that drives people to participate in illegal or criminal activity. What is your view and opinion on this? We're taking your calls right here on WINFM 98.9 at 466-0989 or at 662-0989. Before we take any more calls, though, we'll have to take a short break to acknowledge our sponsors. And when we come back, we'll continue the discussion right here on 98.9. Let's take this break and we'll be right back.
We're different. We're 98.9. 98.9. Win FM.
You hear that? That's unlimited WhatsApp and Facebook messaging with Flow's unlimited super combo prepaid plan.
Music to my ears. I can do everything in it?
Yeah, all you want. Have endless fun when you activate a 7-day plan for just $25. Enjoy 10 gigs of endless data for all your pics, GIFs, stickers, voice notes, voice calls, docs, and even video calls. Do all you want with unlimited WhatsApp and Facebook messaging on Flow's unlimited super combo prepaid plans. Switch to Flow today. Conditions apply.
We're different. We're 98.9. 98.9. Win FM.
When the star them there, we are top man, we take charge. Have no reaching now, we are shell down us. Blast like a star with some gallopers. Overdo it, we take it too far. Take charge, take charge.
We are hot gal, we set the trend. Magnum we drink for the top man then. Wine with the style, no stop from spin. Hot blend, back bend, and take charge, take charge.
Magnum tonic wine for the real star them. Take charge, take charge.
Must be 18 or older, drink responsibly. Enjoy the convenience of getting all your documents in one place. At the TDC Copy and Print Center on 4th Street in Basse-Terre, we do just that. We offer document formatting, graphic design, and copy and print services. Our team of professionals truly understand all your needs, whether it be administrative, professional, academic, or personal. You bring it, we deliver it with quality every time. Visit the TDC Copy and Print Center today in the TDC Mall on 4th Street in Basse-Terre or call 465-2511. Your copy and print specialists are waiting to serve you.
What has you so happy? My home internet just got upgraded, and I didn't even have to pay for it. What? Which network you have? Flow. Now I can get the fastest fiber internet in St. Kitts and Nevis for the lowest price.
Fastest internet for the lowest price? What's the catch?
No catch, my friend. 100 megabits per second for just $135 a month. With Flow, you truly get the best internet experience around.
Switch to Flow for the fastest fiber internet at the lowest price. Visit a Flow store today. Conditions apply.
Welcome back to Voices right here on WinFM 98.9. It is 11:47 here in our studios. We'll break at 12 for the midday news, and when we come back, we will definitely continue the conversation. The phone lines are open, and we're welcoming your calls at 466-0989 or at 662-0989. We are also live on our website and social media platforms, so you can also follow the conversation there. We are on the topic of fighting crime fighting, and different ways and strategies that we can implement to fight crime in the Caribbean region. Skills training and education training and all of that are some of the ways that we may be able to use to address or respond to criminal activity. We want to hear from you, the callers, so we'll head back to the phone lines and we'll take this call. Hello, you are on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you?
Oh, I'm not doing too bad for my age.
Good to hear.
Yes, and good morning to listeners home and abroad. Carl Brown here. Number of questions. And I have to go to this thing. On the weekend just gone there, we saw a young man picture came out, and it was reported that he is missing. And the report that we had that he was last seen 4:30 p.m. in Dorset the day before, and before 11 o'clock next morning, they have up that he is missing. I would like to think, I don't say something here. People, you cannot report somebody missing until 24, 48, or 72 hours after. If somebody if you don't see your friend or your relative or your neighbor or whatever for 15 hours, that is not missing. There's a lot of things that they could have attended between there. They could have taken a boat across to Nevis. They could have even taken a boat to Stacia or St. Martin or Sabre. They could have gone by a girlfriend, a boyfriend, another family member. And the police knows this too. And the people in the Federation, most of you all should know this. You cannot report somebody missing until after 24, 48, or 72 hours. You can't put out something in about 12, 14, 15, 16 hours and say somebody missing because as well as the phone could go on dead. They could turn off the phone because whatever they're doing with who or wherever they don't want to be seen or heard at the moment. So you can't come and put out somebody missing in about 12 to 15 hours. So I would like to admonish the authorities and family members and friends, do not go out and put out somebody missing in those little bits of hours. That is not the law. The law have a stipulated number of hours and days when you can report to the world or the nation or the federation that someone is missing. So are you pleased to stop it? Because it make us look unprofessionally, make us look like we don't know what we're doing. We're not existing and up to time with the laws of the federation. So please, those in authority, are you please get our act together. The other thing is, my boy, I would like to ask this government, what is the plan to decrease the serious large unemployment that we have at the moment? Do you need some injection in the economy, in the federation, to decrease the unemployment? We were told during the campaign that there is 3 big hotels on the back of the hand. They're just waiting for Labour government to win, and hundreds of jobs will be provided. We have not seen or heard anything about that. We were told Bastia High School would start promptly, drop. All we see is the roof come off the Bastia High School of a number of buildings and things. We are told that houses are supposed to start, roads are supposed to be doing. Please, I put some injection in the economy. Now they come in, now I see a thing come out there on the weekend too, saying that we are going to have a VAT day sometime there. A VAT day is no help to us at this moment. We need jobs. We need serious injection in the economy so people can be able to pay their own bills and run the home and the family efficiently. Jobs, projects is what we want to see opening to push the economy and put an injection in the economy. I'm gone, my boy.
All right, caller, thank you so much for your contribution to this program. Thank you so much for adding to the discussion. This is Voices here on Win FM 98.9. It's Monday, April 17, 2023. The phone lines are open and they're taking your calls at 466-0989 or at 662-0989. That's 466-0989 or 662-0989. We'll break at 12 for the midday news. But before we do that, let's take this call. Hello, caller. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Devon. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, thanks. And you?
Oh, you're giving God thanks, man. I'm alive to the 17th. Time going so fast. Before you wink, the month is up. You realize that?
Mm-hmm.
How many hours is it still? 24 still?
Good question.
I'm telling you. Just last week, it was the 1st. Lord, assigned for the poor government because in 3 weeks' time, they're going to come up with the big wage bill. Before they get to hauling all the taxes, you know what I mean? Now, I agree with some of what Carl said, you know. Well, in terms of the missing, I know that go. You can report it to the police, but the police does not have to put out a flyer or notice until 24 hours will have passed. That is practice. Now, this crime thing, you know, sometimes we look in the long way, we're looking all around, but we're not looking on the inside. The majority of our household are female-headed. And so if you take a look at the profile of our young people who are in trouble, the majority of that, you know, they come from there. So the question is, what are our males doing? Our fathers. We need to be promoting more family life. We need to be promoting two family heads, male and female. Well, as a Christian, I say married, but if you're not married, at least the children should live in a stable home with a father and a mother. So you start right there. You see your mother going and coming, sleeping out and sleeping in, so does your father dropping now and again. I mean, we're studying bad examples, whether we want to believe it or not. I'm not trying to offend anybody, because my parents lived together, but they weren't married. But my father kept a strict control in the household as to what we could or could not do. You know, and it goes for some of the women, they want to marry and they want... You're not helping. You are, in fact, contributing to the crime, because when these young people, I go for women too, you know, the girls, when they start to become adolescents and teenagers, and there is nobody in the house to exercise control over them, even by living life of example, they just move towards the peers, those who have nobody to report to, and we also facilitate it. When I was growing up, you know, the young men had to find work because your parents were not committed. At least you knew you better find a job if you intend to eat. But now we have children, stand up on the corner, sit down on the corner, go home and eat, go back on the corner, you know what I mean? But I am promoting today family life. good family life with good values. It would mean that our females will have to begin to act like mothers. We need to run some courses maybe on the radio on fathering and mothering. Because the women are delinquent as the men. You have young children. Every show you're there in the children home. No matter how much we play think about leaving children at home is neglect. Some of them, they're here and they don't care. The children are being raised without anybody controlling them. Teaching now is a hazard. So if we start there by training the children properly, with some morals, because if the parents have none, the children are going to get it. We got to be true. A lot of these adults who are young people, say young people, check the background. You'll have one or two, One or two. But the majority, I mean, this said even in the prison, nearly all of them fatherless. The father shows very little concern for them. When they go on the bench, the mother has to go. They go to the courthouse, the mother has to go. Where's the father? They go into school and they misbehave, the mother has to go. If they knew that the father exerted a certain amount of authority and lived by example, we'd have better children. You asked about the music. I said it before. My good family, Eli, the music and the lyrics go together. The music and the lyrics, because they're not poems. And those of you who write, you are the one pushing them, you are conditioning them. I mean, some of the lyrics are so vicious. You heard Rockney say the other day, I think it's last week. Somebody killed a grandmother and a grandchild in a bed. Those are lyrics that are in songs. When they can't find you, they go for somebody else. We are conditioning our young people from small that you give them the phone and you don't monitor. That's what I talk about good parenting, you know. You're not monitoring. They're actually singing the violent songs in your house in your presence. And another thing I noticed, some parents try to be a part of the gang. They're actually a part of the gang. Sit down between them, and before they try to, train and monitor them, even if it's not your child, the person coming to your house with your child as a friend, you can give the child some advice and try to direct them, but if you're in the conversation, you laughing, you sharing, you eating the proceeds of crime, what do you expect? And the thing about my good family, I do acknowledge that they have, we call it polite violence. But that is no excuse what our young people doing. They should feel a certain amount of thing because somebody's thief, I must kill, I must rob. Our young people are even more intelligent educationally than their parents, you know. So don't be making that excuse. Oh, of course, polite violence is there, but it is no excuse. So please.
All right.
And our young people again, think of your future. Just think, what do I want to achieve? You may not be able to do it in St. Kitts, but if you go and get a police record here, it limits the amount of things you could do. All right, then.
All right, caller, thank you so much for your contribution to the conversation for today. It is the top of the hour. We'll take a break now for the midday news, and when we come back, we'll continue Voices right here on WINN FM 98.9. Let's take this break, and we'll be right back.
Found the sound 98.9 WINN FM.
We now bring you the headline news. The headline news is brought to you by Caribbean Alliance, KDP Enterprises, The Grange, and Cariboury.
Ship Shipping your cargo shouldn't be a hassle. It can be as easy as a single call to Amerijet International, your worldwide cargo transportation solution. We provide all the services you need to ship your goods anywhere in the world, whether your shipment is fresh, frozen, large or small, alive or hazardous. You can count on Amerijet to deliver it safe and sound. Amerijet International, by land, sea or air, we get it there. For more information, visit us online at www.amerijet.com or call us at KDP Enterprises at 466-9595.
When it comes to the important things in life, your health, your education, your choice of a life partner, and of course your insurance provider, only the best will do. Caribbean Alliance Insurance is the only insurance company in the Eastern Caribbean with an A excellent rating. We have a robust 3-tier reinsurance strategy that protects our policyholders from multiple catastrophes, even if they occur in quick succession. We spread our risks over 18 territories, ensuring minimal impact to individual territories when a disaster strikes. We provide an excellent claims experience. Claim settlement is usually between 24 to 48 hours. Our A excellent rating means that you are more secure with us. Contact us for motor, property, marine, public liability, employer's liability, and other policies. Delisle Walwyn, people you can trust. Local agent for Caribbean Alliance Insurance. Tomorrow secured.
Maybe it's the way the brilliant gold liquid reflects our sunshine, or how the bright blue of its label mirrors the clear Caribbean skies overhead. Maybe it's the fresh, crisp taste of this beastly cold beer on a scorching hot day. Maybe it's even the way it brings us all together. But one thing is for sure, Carib is very much a part of who we are wherever we're from in the Caribbean. Carib, it's the way we play. Drink responsibly.
Did you know that the Grange Healthcare Facility is the first purpose-built, non-governmental healthcare organization on St. Kitts? It's situated at Otley's, 7 miles east of Basseterre in beautifully landscaped surroundings. The Grange has a team of highly trained professionals and provides care that's rated as being comparable with UK and North American standards. The Grange offers varied accommodations to suit your individual needs, and our all-inclusive packages make the cost of care per hour the most competitive on the island. Services include convalescent care for all ages, daycare facilities for older adults, rehabilitation services, and training and continuing education for healthcare providers. For more information, call 466-5525 or 465-8020. Fax 466-8221 or email thegrangehealth@gmail.com or visit our website at www.grangehealthcarefacility.com.
With the Win Midday News, I am Devon Cornelius. In our headlines, locally, professional development course forms part of CFBC Jenkins course 10th anniversary. Across the region, officials believe the Bahamas is facing new crime trends. Internationally, 4 dead at Alabama birthday party shooting. The details of these and more straight ahead. The Clarence Fitzroy Bryant College CFBC Jenkins Limited Leadership course will host a professional development workshop as part of activities to commemorate the 10th anniversary of the CFBC Jenkins Limited Leadership course.
This activity is being spearheaded by my daughter, Reja, but I call her Onika Jenkins. But she, along with Lady Phillip, they are responsible for this workshop.
Said Peter Jenkins. He added,
now, the topics, there are going to be 5 topics. Finance and investment, that's going to be handled by Terence Crosman. Leadership challenges, Venicia Walters from the Nevis Cooperative Credit Union, former chairperson. Physical health by Dr. Patrick Martin. There will be a section also on mental health. Personal awareness and self-management by Alonzo Alexander. This is a youngster out of Central Basseterre. I am going to try to deal with management and leadership principles.
Yes.
And so those will be the five topics.
The workshop is slated for Thursday, April 20th, 2023, from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at Ross University School of Veterinary Medicine.
The registration so far has been excellent. We have a few more spaces. We can take as many as 50. So if you are interested, you need to move quickly to secure your spots. We have persons registered from Nevis as well, which is a good sign. And we're encouraging the general public to get involved. You may ask, well, who can benefit? And we think that leaders at various levels can learn from persons across various industries and areas that will help them in their professional and personal lives.
To register for the CFBC Jenkins Limited Leadership Course, you can call 465-2385 or email cfbcjenkinsleadership@gmail.com. The cost of registration is $250 EC. The CFBC Jenkins Limited Leadership Course started in 2012. It is designed for beginning and experienced professionals, managers, and people seeking leadership positions. The course comprises 3 modules covering topics such as Introduction to Leadership, Wealth Creation, Health, Public Speaking, and Business English. The teaching methods are unorthodox, yet very effective, and the emphasis of the course is placed on critical, innovative, strategic, and tactical thinking, as well as problem solving and effective communication skills.
3 weeks after March salaries were due, some teachers are still having issues with the payment. From incorrect amounts to no salaries at all, the JTA is demanding procedural changes going forward.
Unresolved salary discrepancies continue to be a grave concern for the Jamaica Teachers Association, JTA. JTA President LaSonia Harrison says some of its members are yet to receive their March salaries, 3 of whom she knows personally.
These are not teachers new to the system. So for whatever reasons, those teachers today, the 13th of April, how many days after a pay schedule has ended, and my greatest question is, will those teachers have to wait until April month end before they're in receipt of salary?
While for others, the expected amount based on the compensation review program has not been reflected on their pay slips.
And if the teacher is not quite sure if the teacher got the right pay in the first place, if you got paid, from in March month end, if you're unsure if what you see on your pay stub is what is or what should be, and then you're going to add another thing on it come April, when will the teacher really know their true situation and what is in terms of their transitioning to this new wage structure and this wage agreement?
The JTA president did not hesitate to highlight the concerns during a meeting with the Ministry of Finance and the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Unions. The meeting, which focused on issues under the compensation review program, is the first of a planned series of talks.
So it pretty much just outlined a plan of action as to the way forward, outlining some, what you would call it, emerging issues, coming out of the compensation review, over which there will have to be future talks, and a scheduling, a plan of action was pretty much outlined, and we look to see as the way forward.
Meanwhile, uncertainty lingers about whether there is an established channel for teachers to air their grouses. It's why the JTA is calling on the government to put something in place to facilitate any anomalies the teachers may have.
We really need to make known publicly what are the mechanisms available for every teacher who has a concern and has a discrepancy or anomaly with their pay. They have this mechanism. It is known. It can't be a secret. It has to be publicized so the teacher knows this is where you're to go, this is where you're to upload, this is where you're to call, and when they do that, there will be something done.
Sandy Williams, TVJ News. The director of Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, Dr. Jarvis Barbosa, has called for greater investment in public health in the Americas, including the Caribbean, to ensure health systems are better able to respond to the demands of a future emergency while maintaining essential services. He says measures must be taken to improve health system preparedness for future emergencies. The PAHO director noted that while countries of the Americas were able to direct more funds towards emergency response at the height of COVID-19, regular spending on public health remains far below the recommended 6% gross domestic product GDP.
National security officials are eyeing a few crime trends emerging across the region. We learned this much from National Security Minister Wayne Munro and United States Embassy Chargé d'Affaires Usha Pitts on the heels of returning from the North Caribbean Security Summit. Among the list of trends emerging in the region, money laundering through cryptocurrency.
Just as cash is legitimate and has legitimate uses, but cash also has illegitimate uses. The same applies to crypto. And the ability to properly, for want of a better word, police it is the challenge that would be up for discussion.
The Chargé also noted that these sorts of illicit activities often stem from illegal drug trades.
So, for example, when you look at gun trafficking, that is fueled by drugs. When you look at illegal illegal migration or trafficking in humans, they're often funded or supported by the same networks as the original drug networks. I think there's a whole new financial sector that is spawned by the drug trade, so i.e. money laundering. And money laundering can be supported by totally new new sectors like crypto that we hadn't ever considered might be part of money laundering a few years ago.
Synthetic opioids was also an emerging trend, something that Pitts says is already spiraling out of control in the United States.
5 years ago, we had something like 30,000 overdose deaths in the United States, and 5 years later, it is well over 100,000. So it's a massive problem in the United States, and what that does is it fuels these corollary problems. These drugs, these synthetic opioids, are being made in other countries. So right now they're mostly being made in Mexico, but we have already found pill presses in the Bahamas. And so we have sort of a dual problem here. We don't want these synthetic opioids to be manufactured here, we don't want them to be used here, and we don't want them to be trafficked through here.
And to add to that, Minister Munro says this.
But to be clear, Chief Superintendent Thompson did indicate that there were some cases of fentanyl, suspected fentanyl overdoses in the Bahamas. And we know how Bahamians go. Hey, you go to Miami and you come back with an American accent. And that is the way that we tend to follow fashion in the wrong kinds of ways.
The Northern Caribbean Security Summit was held in Miami, Florida from March 8th to the 10th. This, according to Pitts, was an opportunity for leaders in the region to strategize on how to keep all countries involved safe. Leah Cooper, Eyewitness News.
Ministers do not get involved in the operational aspects of the police service or any agency. Minister of National Security Fitzgerald Hines responded to calls from various sectors to formulate a crime plan to deal with crime in the country.
It is the police service that generates a crime plan. It is the police service that generates a strategy, both of which they have, both of which they shared and constantly share with me. Since I must know in order to assess how the public is being served, and in order to assess how the actors and the performers are performing in the conduct of their plan and strategy in delivery of policing to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago.
The minister said his job is to provide resources when called upon by the professionals to facilitate their plans.
Crime plans, to me, as a politician, PNM and partisan as I am, you run the risk of me politicizing crime, which is precisely what this society does not want.
The minister was speaking during a press conference at the Trinidad and Tobago Forensic Science Center on Friday.
Welcome to the programme. I'm Lucy Gray. A man arrested on suspicion of throwing a smoke bomb at Japan's Prime Minister Fumio Kishida has been identified by the authorities as 24-year-old Ryuji Kimura. There are no further details regarding a possible motivation. Mr. Kishida was about to give a speech in support of a local candidate of his ruling party, the LDP. Prime Minister Kishida made a speech at another location later on where he said the incident should not be allowed to disrupt the electoral process. The attack comes ahead of nationwide local elections and by-elections for vacated seats in Japan's lower house. Our correspondent Shaima Khalil in Tokyo has the latest.
Very dramatic scenes coming this morning from Wakayama in western Japan. Chaos among the crowd as a young man is being tackled and then pinned to the ground by security personnel, and then a screaming crowd scrambling to leave the scene as a loud explosion is heard and then smoke fills the air. The man is then being taken away from the scene. The Prime Minister is taken to safety. We heard from one witness who said she was among the crowd of about 100 people. She saw something being flown from the back. She felt quite uneasy. She ran away with her children, and then she said that she felt stunned. The loud noise made her daughter cry. We understand that the Prime Minister Fumio Kishida was about to give a speech after visiting a port in that area in support of the local candidate of his LDP ruling party in the upcoming local elections. And just as he was about to start, this object was thrown. He ducked down and he was taken to safety. We have heard from the Prime Minister now. This event was cancelled in that particular venue, but then in another event, he addressed the crowd, appearing, of course, defiant, wanting to send the message that he's unfazed by this, that he won't stop, saying that this shouldn't stop the electoral process, that we're doing something important and that it should not be stopped by this.
But it does raise important security questions, doesn't it? Particularly as it comes just a while after the assassination of the former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe.
That's right. This comes less than a year after the assassination of the former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, and there are very uncomfortable parallels being made. First of all, that it happened relatively soon after that high-profile assassination. Remember, these events are very, very rare in Japan. This is one of the safest countries in the world. They have very strict gun laws. But in the assassination, just before Shinzo Abe was assassinated, we could see that assailant standing very close to him before he shot him with a homemade bomb. Today, the young man appeared to be in the middle of the crowd when he threw that object. And so we don't know the motivation yet, but I think this is going to make many, many people uneasy, just about the parallels as well. Shinzo Abe was also giving a political speech, and that was what Mr. Kishida was trying to do. Since the assassination of Shinzo Abe, there has been heightened security around politicians, but also a heightened degree of nervousness, and I think today's incident is just going to increase that a lot further.
We can speak now to Hugo Dobson, Professor of Japan's International Relations at the University of Sheffield. And let's just pick up with what Shaima was just saying there about the changes brought in, the tightening of security since the assassination of Shinzo Abe. What do you make of the changes that were brought in, and can you tell us a bit more about them?
Well, good morning, Lucy. And I think one thing to highlight here is that within Japan, there was a debate in the aftermath of Prime Minister Abe's assassination. The National Police Agency did admit that mistakes were made and a review was instigated. And I think one failure that was identified was that Prime Minister Abe was not evacuated from the scene as quickly as should have been the case. 2 shots were fired. It was the second shot that killed him. And it was that intervening time that proved to be fatal. I think from what I've seen today, we're still trying to piece together the details, that this lesson has been learned in the case of this morning's incident, and that Prime Minister Kishida was removed quickly and effectively from the scene immediately. But it's always going to be difficult to mitigate against individuals acting alone with readily available low-tech weapons. So it's a challenge, and it's a challenge that's at the heart of our democracy. We want to be close to our politicians, we want them to be visible, but it does involve certain security risks as well.
And I understand, particularly when it comes to sort of the local elections, it's more likely that people will be in crowds sort of nearer the politicians, and they're less stage managed, aren't they, these events?
Absolutely. Japanese election campaigns tend to be very up close and personal. Candidates will often try and get into the thick of it, shaking hands with as many voters as possible, actually making physical contact. Rallies are quite common, and senior politicians will attend. Often the Prime Minister will be there to endorse a candidate. So, you know, election campaigns in Japan tend to really put the emphasis on the personal, and then that risk will inevitably heighten as a result. But it is interesting to see that Prime Minister Kishida did continue with the schedule of talks today and wasn't fazed by the incident.
OK, well, good to talk to you. Thank you. Professor Hugo Dobson there from the University of Sheffield.
Let's now go to the US next, where President Biden has condemned the killing of 4 people at a birthday party in Alabama this weekend as outrageous and unacceptable. The country's latest mass shooting happened at a 16th birthday party in the town of Dadeville. On Sunday night, people gathered for a vigil to remember the victims of the shooting. 28 other people were injured, several critically. So far, there's been no information whether any suspect was arrested or killed at the scene. Jessica Parker has more from Dadeville.
Shaken, shocked, a community gathers to grieve and to console one another in this small rural town in east central Alabama.
Our help is going to come from the creator of the universe.
This is a tight-knit town. People know each other and know the victims too, who'd been attending a sweet 16 birthday party.
They were being free, they were having fun, they were celebrating a life. They were celebrating 16 years of life. And then it just turned tragic. It got dark, it got loud with gunshots and gunfire.
The police have released very little information about suspects or a motive. Local media have started naming those who were killed, including Phil Dowdell, a star high school athlete, well known here and well loved.
He did not deserve that at all. He was too sweet of a person. He was too sweet for his own good. Like, he was a promising young football star. Like, he had signed to a college. He had his whole life ahead of him, and not just him, all of them.
This is the building, the dance studio, where that 16th birthday party was taking place on Saturday night. There's now no police tape, the doors sealed off, but it's a muted scene after the horrific events that unfolded here. The bullet holes in the glass, another trace of America's rising gun violence. President Biden's again called for tighter firearms controls. It's a familiar call in a divisive debate that's happened so many times before. Jessica Parker, BBC News in Dadeville, Alabama.
Well, Faith in Action Alabama community organiser Muath Al-Khattab told the BBC how the shooting has impacted the state.
My first thought was, this is a horrible tragedy, of course. I really felt for the victims and those people who are traumatized from the shooting in Dadeville. And I just felt really sad that this keeps happening and that they had to experience this at a time that it was supposed to be a celebration. People are definitely shocked and traumatized, and I think people are probably in a state of disbelief, and it also is possibly something that will bring the community together, to bond together and try to lean on one another in this tragic time. I believe that really what needs to happen is people need to come together. Relationships need to be built and strengthened, and there needs to be implementation of actual proven ways to reduce gun violence by intervening and interrupting that violence. Our aim is really to reach the people. There are ways in which people who are either at risk of committing gun violence or at risk of being affected by gun violence can be redirected. There may be some cases where there are some behavioral issues and some mental issues. So I think that is really what should be concentrated on in a way to reduce the shootings across the state and the nation.
Straight back now to Boca Chica in Texas, because all morning we've been watching this live picture from there, which is of the most powerful rocket ever developed, which was attempting, we had hoped, its maiden launch today. It's called Starship, being built by Elon Musk's SpaceX. Well, lots of news coming to us just in the past few seconds or so that the launch, in fact, may be delayed. There had been a countdown of about 5 minutes on the launch. We're now hearing it may be delayed. Elon Musk has just said there's a problem with the pressurant valve, which appears to be frozen. So, unless it starts operating soon, there'll be no launch today. So, Elon Musk saying the pressurant valve appears to be frozen. Unless it starts operating soon, there will be no launch today. So, that countdown we were on of 5 minutes or so might not happen. We're waiting to hear more, but at the moment, it looks like there will be a potential delay. So, the maiden launch of Starship not happening, we think, at this moment. There's the tweet actually there. We're following closely Elon Musk on Twitter, where he is letting us know, and that's where we've got the news there of the pressurant valve. When we have further details, we'll take you straight back to Texas.
Now, Brazil's President Lula da Silva is meeting the Chinese leader Xi Jinping at the climax of his official visit to China. Now, there was a large ceremony to greet Mr. Lula when he arrived. The two leaders are expected to sign trade deals and to also discuss the war in Ukraine. Let's get more now from our correspondent, João da Silva, who's keeping across this story. Hello there to you, João. So what can we expect from today's meeting?
Well, let me first start by saying that indeed this meeting is a huge deal for both sides. We just saw in those live pictures earlier of the huge welcome ceremony for President Lula and his delegation at the Great Hall of the People, red carpet, guard of honor, all of it. And waiting for his delegation was a very large group of high-level Chinese officials, and that really signals the importance that the two sides attach to this visit. Now, we don't know exactly what's on the agenda for this meeting, but there's at least a couple of issues that you mentioned there that are likely to make it into the talks. First, of course, is trade and investment. The Brazilian side has said they expect to sign more than 20 bilateral agreements, as you mentioned there, and it signals their desire to strengthen economic relations with China. President Lula, which has returned to power only months ago, knows he needs Brazil's largest trading partner if he is to deliver on his promises to fight poverty and really boost Brazil's stagnant economy. And China, well, China is also interested in consolidating trade ties with Brazil. Beijing is facing growing tensions with the United States, which is its largest trading partner. So it is looking to boost its company's presence in other markets. And Brazil, of course, being Latin America's largest economy, makes it an obvious choice. Now, the other issue that could make it onto the talks, and that you mentioned earlier in your introduction, is, of course, the war in Ukraine. Neither of them has joined Western nations in imposing sanctions on Russia, but both are very keen to play the role of mediators in the conflict and have offered ideas on what they think is the best path forward towards peace.
And João, I wonder how closely is this state visit being followed at home in Brazil? How do Brazilians regard China?
Well, I think for Brazilians right now, their economy is stagnant. So there's a lot of hardship back home, and they're looking at this visit with hope. They know that China plays a huge role in the Brazilian economy. It is Brazil's largest trading partner. So what they want to see is, of course, this meeting between President Xi Jinping and President Lula translate into a series of trade deals, investment deals that will ultimately create jobs back home. So that's what people back home in Brazil want to see. The other side of this is President Lula really wants to portray himself as a world leader once again. He wants to put Brazil back on the world stage. Under his predecessor, Jair Bolsonaro, Brazil pursued a bit of an isolationist foreign policy. And of course, Lula wants to change that. He wants Brazil back on the international stage. Earlier this year, he was in the United States in February, and now he's in China meeting with another world leader, Xi Jinping.
Okay, Jean da Silva, thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
That was the WINNFM Headline News. The Headline News was brought to you by Caribbean Alliance, KDP Enterprises, The Grange, and Caribbean.
Did you know that the Grange Healthcare Facility is the first purpose-built, non-governmental healthcare organization on St. Kitts? It's situated at Otley's, 7 miles east of Basseterre in beautifully landscaped surroundings. The Grange has a team of highly trained professionals and provides care that's rated as being comparable with UK and North American standards. The Grange offers varied accommodations to suit your individual needs, and our all-inclusive packages make the cost of care per hour the most competitive on the island. Services include convalescent care for all ages, daycare facilities for older adults, rehabilitation services, and training and continuing education for healthcare providers. For more information, call 466-5525 or 465-8020. Fax 466-8221 or email thegrangehealth@gmail.com or visit our website at www.grangehealthcarefacility.com.
With over a century of perfection behind the Mackeson name, a smooth blend with perfect balance and richness, it's no wonder Mackeson Triple Stout has a legacy of perfection. Enjoyed the world over. Introducing our new look with the same great taste. Mackeson. All hail the king.
Please drink responsibly.
When it comes to the important things in life, your health, your education, your choice of a life partner, and of course your insurance provider, only the best will do. Caribbean Alliance Insurance is the only insurance company in the Eastern Caribbean with an A excellent rating. We have a robust 3-tier reinsurance strategy that protects our policyholders from multiple catastrophes, even if they occur in quick succession. We spread our risks over 18 territories, ensuring minimal impact to individual territories when a disaster strikes. We provide an excellent claims experience. Claim settlement is usually between 24 to 48 hours. Our A excellent rating means that you are more secure with us. Contact us for motor, property, marine, public liability, employer's liability, and other policies. Delisle Walwyn, people you can trust. Local agent for Caribbean Alliance Insurance. Tomorrow secured.
Shipping your cargo shouldn't be a hassle. It can be as easy as a single call to Amerijet International, your worldwide cargo transportation solution. We provide all the services you need to ship your goods anywhere in the world, whether your shipment is fresh, frozen, large or small, alive or hazardous. You can count on Amerijet to deliver it safe and sound. Amerijet International, by land, sea or air, we get it there. For more information, visit us online at www.amerijet.com or call us at KDP Enterprises at 466-9595.
WINN is 98.9. 98.9 is WIN FM.
King Ocean, king of the Caribbean seas, announces king-size savings on shipments from Miami to St. Kitts. We have the best service and competitive rates on LCL and FCL cargo, including D&E containers, cars, heavy equipment, buses, boats, and barrels from Miami to St. Kitts. LCL pickup service anywhere in the U.S. Call local agents SL Horseman & Company Limited at 869-465-4086 or 869-662-5008 for further details. King Ocean's king-size savings on shipments from Miami to St. Kitts Nevis. King Ocean, king of the Caribbean seas.
Welcome back to Voices right here on Win FM 98.9. It is 12:42 here in the studios of 98.9. This is Voices for Monday, April 17, 2023. Thank you so much for joining the conversation. The phone lines are open and we're taking your calls at 466-0989 or at 662-0989. Welcome back. For those of you who are just tuning into the program, the first hour we looked at crime and violence in the Caribbean region as heads of government and ministers of national security are in Trinidad and Tobago, Port of Spain, meeting for a regional symposium where they are discussing strategies and policies that they intend to implement in their respective countries in the aimed at fighting crime in the communities. This took place, as I said, in Trinidad and Tobago, and I think this is now they're having a roundtable discussion where they're taking questions and taking questions and trying to come up with ways to respond to criminal activity in the region. The phone lines are open, and so we're going to head back to the phone lines and we'll take our first call for this afternoon. Okay, we seem to have lost that caller. Let's head and take this one. Okay. The phone lines are open. You're taking your calls at 466-0989 or 662-0989. That's 466-0989 or 662-0989. Let's head back to the phone lines and we'll take this call. Caller. Oh, hello, caller. Oh boy.
Yes, Seven. How are you?
I'm doing good, thanks. And you?
How was your weekend, my brother?
It was very restful.
Yes, I want to get on to my friend. My friend, Mona, chatting some nonsense. You know, Mona must understand that thinking people are stupid, you know. People talking where they know. When nine artists, Mona can talk about. When we're talking about banking and Infamous is the two best, and this is 25th anniversary, how is it the Caribbean Music Festival? But you got all kind of Jamaica man repeating and with festival. But when you with money, so Bob Marley, don't sell Renaissance Splash, and they never invite a Kittish division down there. Never yet. But they're minting the money. We got artists. We got artists. Half of these young boys who are coming out to Jamaica call themselves artists. None of them better than Banky. Infamous works. We see a lot of wheel. Me see a lot of wheel on my website up ESO. What wheel? They want to hear number wheel. We want to hear singing. We want to hear singing. And the warning, Marsha, you know, we want an inquiry into the committee. From Dwyer come right back. Because somebody minting money out this country like how Bratcher used to make sugar in the early 70s. See? Somebody making lots of money and they won't work here, you know. It's a jam, no one talk. Remember you born here, they brought here. I born here. That blue thing out there is separate and bring me here, I born here. And I will speak. Have a good day, Devon. This is jam down.
Yeah, man, you too. Have a good day and thank you so much for your contribution to the discussion for today. This is Voices on 98.9. The phone lines are open and we are taking your calls at 466-0989 or at 662-0989. Let's head back to the phone lines and we'll take this call. Hello, caller. You are on the air. Good afternoon.
Hey, Devin, good afternoon. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, thanks.
Okay, sometimes I wonder if we realize why the music festival came into fusion. And I listen to the arguments of people who are not local getting on and this and comparing us to the likes of Jamaica. No matter what's happening in Jamaica, tourists keep going there, year-round. Stansted, Kingston, people always going into Jamaica. But we're not Jamaica. We're not the U.S. We're saying it's a nevis way we're trying to make sure that persons visit the Federation during the dull months. And one of the spin-off from the music festival when it came into fusion was the fact that we could get a multiplier effect. I'm sure that over 25 years going now, that what we have spent, we have made back from the Committee on Government, but the economy would have felt the effects of it. And every time I hear people comparing, if we had it to do, most people would want all locals and don't come to the music festival. You understand? But we are being petty in pushing those things when the music festival have life, if there's a future. And I don't understand the concept. I heard it, I keep hearing it, and we keep comparing. Oh, well, them, they never invite us to the music festival. They don't need us per se. We need those artists to bring people here. I would like to see how artists make it that big that they can go, but they have to start from the beginning and grow. And what's wrong with that? And I'm sure that our artists, most of our artists have learned over the years, and you can see from the production that they're getting there. But please, for heaven's sake, why are we so myopic? Why are we so myopic? Anyway, that music festival. The Prime Minister and the discussion you said they're having at the meeting in Trinidad. Do you think that our Prime Minister could go to Trinidad and tell them, well, we initiated a peace program to try to get rid of crime and try to give the details? We'll get laughed at. We will get laughed at. You understand? But because we allow a politician and a few to initiate something that we have no control of, I really think that we could try something, and people talk about the killing and so on. But can we get some meeting in the mind? I heard about the same killing of the grandmother and the child in St. Lucia or St. Vincent. But we're almost doing the same thing here. And if the word is on the street. So while the police don't know some of the things, everybody else knows going on. You understand? And crime is being more or less protected by the crew or some people in society. And that's why the gangsters and criminals continue to do it. Because they're glorifying it. And we have allowed them to enjoy it. Let us stop making excuses for persons who are doing all these things to make us hide in our houses. You know? The more I listen to it, the more I know that we're not going to get any better. You know? Anyway, Devon, have a good one.
All right, Carla, thank you so much for your contribution to the discussion for today. This is Voices on Win FM 98.9 for Monday, April 17, 2023. We'll take a short break to give a shout out to our sponsors, and when we come back, we'll continue the conversation. For those of you who are just tuning in, thank you so much for doing so. Let's take this break, and we will be right back. Stick and stay.
We're different. We're 98.9. 98.9. Win FM.
It's tool season at Horswood's Building and Nevis Center on St. Kitts and Nevis. Don't miss out on the year's best time to buy tools. Get 25% off selected tools store-wide. Hundreds of tools on sale. Slash by 25%. 25% off on tools for this tool season at Horswood's Building Center on St. Kitts and Nevis. Horswood's Building and Nevis Centers, the Federation's favorite home improvement stores. Some exclusions apply. See stores for details.
Welcome back to Voices. We're heading back to the phone lines and we're taking some more calls. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. You are on the air.
Hey, good afternoon, Mr. Moderator. I hope your day is fine so far.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Well, listen, you hear? The more I listen to certain things, the more confused I become. I don't know if the confusion is deliberately put out there or whatever, but I really need some clarification. Now, let me start with this music festival thing. Think it's music festival thing, right? No. It has been in existence for over 20 years. And there's some back and forth because, to me, really, I don't know where we're going right now. And I'm talking in terms of profitability. Where that festival is concerned, okay? Now, people talking about the monies that are paid out to some of these artists. As a matter of fact, when they count the names and so on, I counted, I don't know if that is the accurate number, but I counted at least 27 artists for a music festival after 20-something years. Now, there is a rev going around one of the artists, I think they say out of Africa, and stating that he is going to bring a lot of persons here because he's famous. Whether that is so or not, I don't know. But my mind goes back to 2019 with Buju. Now, it is said, I don't know how true, that after he came out of Satan's stranglehold, wherever he was in, whether America or Europe, when he was released from Satan's stranglehold, and Satan let him go, they said that the festival in 2019, that was the first public appearance he made.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember.
Well, apparently, he pulled a lot of people. Right? And let me sidetrack a bit. I was speaking to a lady during the June time of 2019, and she was saying that her husband, has relatives here. Well, parents are from here. He wasn't born here. She has parents from some other island here in the Caribbean, but she wasn't born here. She said her husband came already to visit where his parents came from, but she never came. But when she heard Buju was coming in concert, she came. So not even her husband could have brought her here. She did not even follow her husband, but Buju pulled her out, and this is the first time she saw the country. Now, I was looking at that, right? On the backdrop, that some of the artists I heard complained and said that they never had enough time to perform on the stage. I don't know if all of them performed or some, their time was cut shorter than usual and whatever. But the bottom line is they were paid. They left with money or they got it before they came. They were paid. And I'm talking about the outside artists. And I am here saying, but wait, if Buju is a high-ticket artist, now, why didn't they cut back on some of the artists that they had? But then again, I asked myself the question, I wonder at what time along the process, the planning process, Buju was contacted and he gave an answer in the affirmative. I was wondering if he was contacted after all of these other artists were contacted and they had already said they were coming, and so management or whichever committee down here could not go back on whatever agreement was made. I don't know. But I was saying if Buju was contacted earlier than a lot of them, why did not they use Buju to the tilt? For me, this is me, okay? I would have put at least 2 local acts for that night, that Saturday night. And if a third came in, it would have been one from outside. And I would have allowed Buju to carry that night. Buju would have had to pay for that night. You see, I would have given him the freeway for that night and put 2 local acts, and if a third, one from outside. Because people came in for Buju. They came in for him. So he would have paid for that night. No, they have the rev here with this one, whatever his name is, out of Nigeria. Now, people are saying he is going to pull a lot of people. Okay, now, if that is the case, why do we have that repetition from 2019? 27 artists at least I counted. 27. No, leaving out the local acts, the outside ones, they have to be paid. They must be paid. How much each one of them is getting, I don't know, but I guess some will get more than others. Now, that one that they claim is so popular, so international, and so is going to bring so many people to the Federation, why don't they put him to carry that night with maybe 1 or 2 local acts? And if it's anything else, another one from outside. Let them carry the weight, because you're going to pay monies for their performance. Cut down on some of these other acts. Now, this leaves me to wonder. I mean, where are we going with this festival? Because you hear people saying And this is over 20 years, you know. This is 20 years after. People are saying, the reason for the festival in the first place is to bring people to the country during the dull season. And I guess bringing them to the country, that the purpose of getting people here is for them to spend. Well, I'm looking at this thing over all these years, and I'm wondering if these objectives or this objective has been met or achieved up to yet. Because if every year they keep saying the same thing, it means that this objective is not achieved. So bringing people to the country for what? Just for the 3 days and nights? Or when they say bringing them in during the dull season, it means for the rest of the season. I'm not understanding. This is where a confusion is in my mind. And if we are told that the dry season is such that we don't have much economic activity, well, I think better judgment will tell us that whatever monies you have, you should manage it well, right, for that season. But to me, it seems like more is being spent out than what comes in. To me, that doesn't make any sense. Because I think that when you have your dry period, you try to manage whatever little you have, and you don't spend out so much, because if you're not getting it back, what sense it makes? It means that you have a lot to just spend out. I am not understanding something. I'm not understanding something at all. And as far as I'm concerned, Music Festival is 20-something years old. This is not a child. I believe Music Festival should have been allowed up to this point to stand on its own 2 feet. I think it is time for Music Festival to be run to make a profit. I don't see the need for all of these artists to come. Me personally don't see that. Because if you're going to bring somebody who is going to draw a large crowd, at least one night, let that person carry the night. Buju was an example. And I'm looking at that and I'm saying, oh my gosh, and then others now, they were forced not to perform, and they didn't have as much time to perform, because some came here to really put their talent out there, and what they had, and it seemed like they didn't, by all accounts, like they did not get that opportunity, but they were paid still. Paid for what? For doing what? You see what I mean? So to me, this is just a wastage of money. And I think it is time. I'm tired now of hearing this thing about economic spin-off and economic spin-off. When persons are asked about a financial statement, all that they keep talking about is economic spin-off, right? But economic spin-off for whom? One of the persons that they may keep mention is the vendors. The vendors. Why? I don't think anybody is asking the vendors how they really do during this period. Right? The amount of money that they charge vendors to go in to perform, to operate. And people behave as though that vendors don't have a cost to doing business. Some of them actually go to the bank to get a little loan to try to invest. They see that as a means of invest, and then somebody somewhere going to come and they're going to charge them this humongous amount of money, as if these vendors are actually working for them. Because when they're going to charge a vendor, 10,000, depending on what they're doing, 10,000, maybe more than that by now. I mean, that is pure profit for the committee, or the festival, or whatever you want to call it. That's pure profit, and that's only one person. So for whom? I mean, people will go to buy clothes, yes. People will think as, but I mean, it's only 3 days. After the festival, how much longer do these people stay in the country? We don't know that. After the festival, right, we don't know how many people come back. No, people might talk about Jamaica, but we need to understand Jamaica has built a name for itself over the years. So whether they have crime or they don't, they have built a name. They're known in all various forms of entertainment, sports. even though some may say sports is a form of entertainment, in music, in cuisine, in their dialect, the country, you name it. Jamaicans are all over the place. And when I say all over the place, I mean on this earth. You name it. They have made a name. The dialect, people go there just to hear them speak. This is something that catch. When we here want to break our tongue to speak like Queen Elizabeth, Jamaica has a dialect that they are not ashamed of. People go there to learn it. Jamaica has their own dictionary or with their own local words and expressions and all of that sort of thing. How are we advancing ourselves as a people? If we want them to come here the way that they go to Jamaica all year round, regardless to crime. But Mark, nobody touching them, so to speak, anyway. And even if they touch them, they still ain't going to stop going. What are we doing to advance ourselves like that? So if Music Festival has not done it by now to the point where it can make a profit, I don't know when it's going to happen again. Something is happening, and somebody, some group, or some minister needs to rein in these festivals, carnival and music festival. There's too much hemorrhaging, there's too much leakage of money. 27 artists for 3 nights. And all of them come and they put in demands that got nothing to do with what they get paid for. They have all of these demands. That's extra money. And then on the ground, we have volunteers. Every year, volunteer. Well, when it's time for the volunteer to get a little something in their pocket, I don't know. I'm in more confusion than ever. I'm really in a lot of confusion. But this festival, by now, it needs to be turning a profit. And if it is not turning a profit by now, I think they need to done away with it. Because nobody is going to have a big 20-something-year-old in the house and still leeching off of them. Something is wrong with that parent. If you're going to have a big child in your house, nothing is wrong with that son or daughter. Physically, mentally healthy, and they refuse to go to work and stand on their own 2 feet. You are going to continue to feed them and don't say anything when they come in eating everything, running up your bill, and care. And you have to go find money to pay for all of those liabilities. To me, this is what music festival is. Because I don't see the footprint after that. To see people coming in. I mean, if it's like we're still like begging and going out there saying the same thing over and over and over for so many years, something is not working. So we need to change something. The course of music festival, it needs to change. I believe money is coming, but something is not adding up. Something is not adding up somewhere. Something is not adding up for a festival like this. And I know somebody going to come in a car and say, well, they have festival elsewhere and they're operating at a loss and whatever. But those who operate at a loss, you see, they're closed down, right? They don't have their government pumping in money year after year, hemorrhaging their treasury. So if it's not working, close it down, revamp it, come again. But better needs to be done. Anyway, thank you. I think I've taken up enough time. Thank you for listening.
All right, caller, and thank you so much for the contribution to the program. This is Voices on WINN-FM 98.9. I'm Devon Cornelius, your host for today. The phone lines are open and we're taking your calls at 466-0989 or at 662-0989. Let's head back to the phone lines and we will take this call. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. You are on the air.
Yeah, good afternoon, Devon. I think at this stage where we have contract signed and the itinerary and the acts are all set in stone, I'm not so sure that this is the time to be engaging in a post-mortem before the festival gets off the ground. Okay? These discussions, I think, sounds more like something you do for a post-mortem or planning for the next one. All right? And what I think we should be concentrating on is to make sure we get maximum benefits in all the various areas from hosting this music festival at this particular time. Okay? There's no doubt that more people are here. More people fill our hotels. More people make money, regardless of who. And so we should be trying to make sure that the economic benefits from this is as wide-ranging as possible, and save the post-mortem and the planning things and all the questions for afterwards, right? And that includes whether or not a division actually being there. It serves no purpose right now when things are already set in stone to be discussing that. That's a post-mortem. But I think what needs to happen is that more research is done on coming up with the benefits of this festival, quantifying it, get some empirical data on what exactly is derived from it. Pretty much like, let's say, the CPL, etc. And of course, yes, everything should be as transparent as possible in this new era of governance. But we understand that some of the contracts can't be revealed, etc., etc., etc. But certainly there should be somebody to oversee. There should be some oversight of these activities, because it's multi-millions coming from the public purse, as I understand it. Okay, and so somebody should be held accountable to make sure that we get the bang for the buck. Okay, and when I'm talking about research, I think we're lacking in research in other areas as well to pivot back to the crime. We make a lot of comments and assertions which may not necessarily be backed up by the evidence, by the data. All right? And so while I would agree with, for instance, Mrs. Henry in the first session, that a stable home contributes to decreased crime levels, that is, it sounds right, it sounds about right, but we don't know the extent. Okay? We have historically raised children in single-parent homes. Okay? Sometimes we call them dysfunctional homes. But all of us know that some really good people came from those homes, as well as some bad people. And we also know that there are people who are raised in the traditional family structure, mother, father, married, etc., etc., and they turn out to be bad. Or one sibling turn out to be bad, another good. All right? What I'm saying is there are a lot of intervening things. Individuality comes in, where you can't just make blanket statements about these things. One of the most famous books that a lot of us grew up with was this. I think it was by Edith Clark. It was titled "The Mother That Fathered Me." Okay, where these issues were raised even way back. All right, so it's nothing new. So to say now that you can contribute this to lack of men in our single-parent homes generally. Usually, it's the lack of males in the home environment. It's not just that. It's probably that with something else. All right, that is producing these not so well socialized young men in particular. All right, it's probably a combination of things like there's less influence in religious education, for instance. That seems to be a thing of the past. There's also the thing about parents the parent having less time to spend with their children because everybody is now going after their $90, and if they have to work 2 and 3 jobs, so be it. And so you have less time with the children. There's also the fact that it's no longer fashionable to have several generations in a household, so it's rare now to find, unless they absolutely have to, adults living with their parents for a long time. You know, they're more likely to branch off on their own. And if they're single still, so be it. All right? There's that. So there's no longer the extended family, right? Then, of course, there's the change in dynamics with women. Once ago, it was considered a woman's role to raise the kids, essentially, or put more, or they had a more nurturing role for kids. I'm not so sure that's any longer so. Women are more inclined to advance their profession and certainly pay more attention to themselves. And that may also have a causal effect on what has been happening. As for the lyrics, that again might probably just affect a few. I don't think the majority of young people go out there and commit crimes because of lyrics, right? I mean, to say that is to say that the kind of misogynistic calypsos of Sparrow et al. Is responsible for how women are treated. Yeah, it's just not so. You know, there are many people who hear the worst of lyrics and still don't go out and do bad things and follow them. All right, you know, that I don't think we're built like that. All right, and to say those things is to trivialize the problem, I think, just looking at it superficially, rather than dig deeper for the solutions. But, like I said, as with the music festival, a lot of the claims that we make need to be backed up by empirical evidence. I know sociology is not a sexy subject, you know, but I think it's necessary, especially in the context of what's happening. We need data, and whatever solutions we come up with should be driven by data. And I don't think we've done a good job with that. I mean, and you'd think that, bearing in mind that they had a captive audience in terms of the so-called pay for peace thing, that things like analyzing these guys, finding out what produces this mindset where they think they can solve problems by killing one another, getting a database, so to speak, on exactly who is doing what, get information on exactly what went down, get information on the sources of guns and those kinds of things. While they were paying them, these are things that should have been done, and they were not done. Okay? And so we're back to square one. Somehow we probably should really go back to square one and have a meeting, just like they initially had with the peace initiative, with these guys, and lay out a plan whereby we really tackle this in a systematic way, based on evidence, the evidence that the researchers come up with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, then.
All right, caller, and thank you for your contribution to this program. Now, I want to share with you, the listening audience, an article that we did, WINNFM, in June of 2022. This was right after the Candisie Music Festival, and it is based on some information that was gleaned from the Minister of Tourism at the time, the Honorable Wendy Phipps. Now, preliminary data on the 24th hosting of the Sinkis Music Festival has some 15,000 people attending the 3-night event from June 23 to 25. Now, quote, for Thursday night, there was an attendance averaging about 4,000. Friday, 4,500, and Saturday, 6,700. I said it is with a caveat, meaning that the figures that are associated with the attendance in the 4 private boxes are not included in this figure. Now, those private boxes in between the 4 of them would normally average anywhere between 1,500 to 1,700 extra persons. So those figures are being worked on, and by the time the exit press conference is done, the final figures would be presented, said Phipps in her remarks at the June 29th Cabinet press conference. This was in 2022. Now, additional data on the festival is being tabulated, including the total expenditure. Phipps shared that 2.4 million was initially allocated for the Marcus Summer event. Anyone with outstanding invoices for the Sinkis Music Festival is encouraged to submit the invoices for payment as soon as possible. In a recent press release, it was reported that and again, let me repeat that this is a story that we did in June of 2022. It was reported that the Sinkis Music Festival's expected turnover annually from the festival is in the region of $14 million with an average of 2,000 jobs. Minister Phipps extended gratitude to the volunteers and vendors who participated in the Sinkis Music Festival. The festival has been described as a significant contributor to the economy of St. Kitts and Nevis, and the Minister of Tourism indicated that up until the Tuesday before the start of the festival, 4,000 general admission tickets had been sold, equivalent to $540,000 at a cost of $135 per ticket. A full report is expected in July by the St. Kitts Music Festival Committee in an after-action press conference where details on expenditure, income, and overseas visitors will be provided. I'm not sure if that report had ever been released. The St. Kitts Music Festival was not... All right, so that's basically some figures from the June... Figures provided, in June of 2022 on the St. Kitts Music Festival. Now, we know that over the years, St. Kitts Music Festival has not been an event that would generate a profit. The main purpose of the event is to stimulate the economy and to bring people to our shores. And so we know what happens when people come here. Our rental companies, our hotels, our guest houses, and other vacation inns and resorts, they're completely booked out. I remember in June 2019 when Buju Banton came to St. Kitts for the festival, it was very hectic. It was so hard to find a place to in terms of getting a rental or finding somewhere to stay while you're in St. Kitts for the weekend. And so it is expected that these artists, especially Burna Boy, will bring a crowd to St. Kitts. Now, in organizing events, I can tell you, making a profit from events like these are nearly impossible. And most times, these festivals and music festivals, they don't happen to make a profit. Making a profit from these events are, I want to say, impossible. And if you are to make a profit, then the price of a ticket will not be $135. It'll probably be $535. So I think we have to weigh between trying to bring the cost of the ticket down to a reasonable price that people can actually afford versus trying to make a profit. Then you have artists who are coming. I know at times we would say, we're bringing all these big time artists and we have local artists here. I'm not, against that, against our local artists. But the main purpose of the event is to bring people to St. Kitts and Nevis in a time or in a period when tourists don't usually travel to our shores. And so it is all aimed at boosting the economy. It is all aimed at getting the hotels filled so that you can get a healthy service charge paycheck, so that the rental companies can be booked out, so that people who had a hard time in the early part of the year for whatever reason can make a little dollar. We may not be able to get the financial report from like the individual vendors and all of that because that information may be a bit difficult to tally. But just looking at it from the outside, I think it is safe to say that the St. Kitts Music Festival is beneficial to the economy. Imagine you own a rental company and all your things, things have been a bit rough with you. Music festival is happening last weekend in June. You have a fleet of 10 cars, a total of 10 cars, and all of them booked out for 3-4 days. So these are some of the things that we really have to think of. Maybe because we are not vendors ourselves, we may not understand how beneficial it is to them. But if we get into the business, we may understand. Maybe because we don't work in hotels, we may not understand how beneficial it is to them. But in order for the St. Kitts Music Festival to begin making a profit, the cost of the ticket will have to increase significantly. And not $200 and $300, but maybe more than $500, even $1,000. In other parts of the world, people are paying more than $1,000 in their currency to go and see people like Burna Boy. In St. Kitts, we'll be paying 135 EC dollars. Yeah, 135 EC dollars to see these international artists. So, yes, maybe the festival can in the future become profitable, but are we willing to pay for it to become profitable is the question. Because as it is right now, it is the government who is footing the bill. It is the government that is footing the bill so that music festival can happen, people can come into the country. There are airlines that change their plans specifically to suit St. Kitts Festival in terms of ensuring that people can get to St. Kitts in time for music festival. A number of promotions and all sorts of things happen geared towards music festival. So if the event is to become profitable, the question that I think should follow is, are we willing to pay that price? Are we willing to pay that price to make the festival profitable? And if it is that we're to get to that point, then we're going to have to take the $135 out of our minds, because we will not be paying that. We will definitely not be paying that. We'll be paying a lot of money, and who knows, you might end up in a situation where people say, boy, I really can't afford that, and the festival might flop. So I like the idea of the festival remaining as it is. Remaining as it is. Bringing people to our destination. There are people who come and stay. Most come specifically for the festival. It is 1:28 here in the studios of WINNFM 98.9. Let me use this opportunity to say thank you so much for your contribution and participation in this program, Voices, for Monday, April 17, 2023. Thank you so much for those of you just joining the conversation. We spoke in the first hour on the fighting crime strategies. Well, as it is right now, heads of governments are meeting in Trinidad, Port of Spain, for a regional symposium on fighting crime. And in the second hour, the conversation had a bit of that and also switched to the Sinkers Music Festival coming up in June. Has been a major talking or a topic for the past few days since the second wave announcement. This has been Voices for Monday, April 17, 2023. I'm Devon Cornelius. Thank you guys so much for joining the program. Stay tuned to WINNFM 98.9 for the latest in what's happening in St. Kitts and Nevis across the Caribbean region and internationally. Visit www.WINNmediaskn.com. Check out our social media pages to see what is happening in St. Kitts and Nevis, around St. Kitts and Nevis, around the Caribbean, internationally. You guys take care and enjoy the rest of your Monday.
WINN is 98.9. 98.9 is WIN FM.